So, before we get started, I wanted to put something out there real quick as a quick pre-game note. I'm going to be putting it out there real soon. I'm just trying to figure out the best way of going about it. But everyone seems to be quite happy about the games and enjoying themselves, and that makes me very happy. But I want to make sure that is indeed the fact. So soon, everybody can expect a sort of like DM review will be coming out soon on the Facebook. And this is just to make sure everyone's happy. I just want to check in. This is just like a healthy check-in, make sure everybody's happy. So just want to let you guys know that it's coming out soon, and I'll put a word out and a link out when it does, but I'm going to be putting that together this week. I recently had a fairly negative experience with another DM that I was a player in a game for, and it made me think I should probably, check in with my players. So it will be anonymous, and I'll hope that there'll be some good feedback there, and just want to let you know that that's coming. But in the meantime, you got to put up with me how I am right now, and then we'll do the review later. And we'll play the game and hopefully have a great time. Okay. Okay.
Ryan, check your messages.
Okay. Tell me, what does that mean?
What you were just talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I'll well, we'll play the game, and anyone, sure, if you want to hear the drama, you can hear it later. But it is pretty juicy. But anyway, we'll play the game right now, and yeah, if anyone wants to hear about that, I have no problem talking about that. Okay, but let's get to it. So, welcome back, everybody. Boy, do we have a session for you guys. You have just rallied your Fey army, come and attack the city of Lescarre that has been heavily altered by the Iron Face rule. Teleported within, you freed Oberon, you freed Hisron. They ran into the city to go acquire their relics that grant them greater strengths, and then made your way deeper into the city. You had a little tussle at the front gates where you defeated some of the Iron Marines there, these super power armored soldiers with very big guns. You kicked their asses, you beat up the local soldiery, and then made your way into the local power plant. And there you found Commander Deritos, but not quite as you remember him. It seems you don't know why or how or what happened, but the face of Commander Deritos, and apparently his mind, has been inserted and grafted into a new cyborg body. Perhaps it's that in the loss of his memories, he's not as effective as a general, so they decided to make it a nuclear weapon. That could be it. Probably it, sorry. But anyway, you guys went into great battle with this guy, and man, he is dangerous. You guys did your very best, but he had rocket launchers shooting off his back, machine guns in his arm, explosive rounds in his other arm. Tam Lin tried to 1v1 him. It was a difficult singular round there. Tam Lin ended up hiding in a bathroom, hoping he would go away. And you guys have been taking down the Iron Marines. And to your luck, as things are looking fairly dire, Hisram and Oberon showed up, antler crown, Fey sword, and pipes, all in store. And with that, Vivian, and I believe it was Horlick, got a little reboot for them to return back to the game. I don't know if anyone wants to play Hisram. Oh, Hisram. Sorry. Okay, my name's all mixed up. Horlick. If anyone wants to play Horlick, I don't think that would be a problem. Or we could say he's just sort of like really fucked up in this combat. But this is a pretty tough combat, so if we want him in the game, that's perfectly acceptable. And yeah, we're just fighting it out, duking it out. Yes, Vivian.
If nobody else will run him, I will, because we need guys. Yeah.
Then go for it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Pull up that stat block. Okay. you and Horlick are back to back, which is tough. But we'll deal with that.
I can do it.
Or you guys can, if anybody wants to take command, like pull it up as well, Jason. Maybe you guys can like work together and figure out the best thing because it's a big stat block. 19's a lot. And you guys can work together on that one. Yeah, and consider it like a general party thing. Right? Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Oberon has used his legendary actions to cast the heal spells on Horlick and Vivian to get them back on their feet. The Iron Marines had just taken their turns. It brings us to Twisawin's turn. Trixie, you are standing in the back here. Before you start, let me ask the party. Would you guys prefer to like take a quick round and like go through and review all of the current status effects and stuff just to get a refresher on what's going on, or do we want to just kick it off?
I would like a refresher of who's got what now, please.
Absolutely. Then let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Trixie. So I'll start with you. What status effects, abilities, whatnots do you have going for you right now?
I just have the spirit totem up.
Okay, you have current spirit totem, and that provides like an extra healing boost. And
Anytime
wisdom saves,
I
right?
cast a healing spell, anyone in the bubble gets 19 healing.
Got it. And advantage on perception checks, right? Something like
To
that.
finding people, yeah.
To finding
For creatures,
okay.
whatever.
Incredible. And obviously there's the unicorn right there. Okay, so moving right along, Vivian, you are at 70 hit points and prone. Is there anything else?
No, because I am no longer concentrating on a spell. I die. Or
Fair enough. And I believe it's the same situation before, like if I'm not mistaken. All right, Mr. Sylvain. The best of all things. What do you do? Or what do you do? What have you got going on? So of course I have it.
Okay, so I just came out of a mech that was destroyed.
Yeah, your mech got fucked up.
I don't think I have anything else. When it gets to my turn, I lose my invisibility, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You're invisible right now in your turn. Okay, cool. There's nothing else. That brings us to Cyborg Daretos, who I believe doesn't have any actual status effects going, but I believe... let's see here. I believe he has used all of his legendary actions, though. So I think he's out of legendary actions, if I'm not mistaken. And he has used one legendary resistance, I believe.
yes,
So
yes.
that... Okay, cool.
Vivian,
Sorry,
remember that shit.
Yeah,
Yes.
Better keep track. Absolutely.
Yes, I do.
You're goddamn right he does.
I'm remembering a lot about this, actually.
Fair enough. Yeah, it was a tough fight. Oberon himself is he's down 2 legendary actions, and other than spell slots, that's the only thing he's got going on as far as stuff that's going on. Does anyone remember what's going on with Brock Meadowbrook? I know he's raging, and I know he's got the...
I'm currently raging.
Yeah, you're currently raging, and I believe you have the tendrils, like the necrotic damage tendrils thing going on.
The Eldritch Maw.
Yeah, no, not the Eldritch Maw. This is your wild magic. This is your...
Oh, okay. I think that's
Yeah.
only a one-time deal.
Oh, we've been doing it every time. So, there was a misread there on our...
It's
on
a
our part.
D6.
All right.
And the potion of heroism.
Ah, that's right. Potion of heroism, so you cannot be frightened and you have temporary hit
Oh.
points.
I
I'm
believe
sure
they
the
had,
temporary hit points are gone, but a D4 to saving throws and attacks.
and he should have one rage remaining.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's either heroism or I might be taking a compelled duel or something. You get like more temporary hit points every round.
I don't think it's every round, but I know heroism on the initial casting you get temporary hit points for sure.
Okay.
You say one rage remaining?
That's what I thought that.
Are we sure about that? Because he
Did I
didn't
rage
Yeah.
rage the
5
first fight.
times?
No, I don't
There's
believe
no
so.
way.
Yeah,
I
think
he'd
he
only
used
raged
2.
once.
They used to,
yeah,
okay.
Oh,
yeah.
I think
Okay.
2.
Because he didn't rage the first fight.
Okay.
Because there
Oh,
was no
maybe
one up
not
close
then.
for him to fight.
Yeah,
right?
you didn't rage
I
when
blew the horn.
'cause yeah, you blew the horn and you used the fireballs from a distance. So, yeah. So I think you haven't used any ranges. Yeah,
Alright, cool.
Other
other
than,
than in this
the one he's
combat.
on.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
told you helpful. I messed up.
No problem. No problem.
I'm
No
not gonna run
problem.
out of them.
That's why there's this many of us, so we can all collectively try to remember shit.
Right.
Absolutely.
5 rages for 5 brain cells in the party.
Well, I have 6, so
Oh.
total.
That's pretty cool. You have 6 brain cells?
6 brain cells, and if you're lucky, they might work together.
That's pretty. That's a superpower.
Teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork.
That's the next party name, the 6 brain cells.
That's not a bad. That's not
That's
a bad.
really good, dude.
I mean, it's a little hard to get work when you literally call yourself the 6 brain cells.
It's just all barbarians. All
And
the
then,
subclasses.
yeah, it's like, oh, what the fuck? We're gonna hire some guys called the 6 brain cells. What are we talking? And then they're all barbarians. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
they're broken.
Yeah, we're gonna hire
They're
them.
broken.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, Tamlin, what is going on with you, my friend? You're glowing, apparently.
I'm glowing.
As always.
Oh, you have
I
a
should be
flaming
going.
sword. That's why you're glowing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the flaming sword on. I'm currently in the middle of using let's remember what it's called. Sunbeam. I'd used it last round and it continues until I shut it off. And then
That's right. That's
other
60
than that,
feet, right?
yeah. Other than
I'm
that,
just
I
gonna
don't
set
have
that.
anything going on except for my auras that are always active, which is aura of protection. Everybody within 30 feet has a +6 bonus to saving throws, and aura of courage. Everybody within 30 feet can't be frightened.
Incredible. History on the Prince of Pipes just showed up. He has no legendary action, so he hasn't done anything yet. And that will bring us. Oh, and then the Iron Marines are just, they don't have any status effects. So that will bring us to you at the top of the round, Trixie. Now that we've figured out what's going on, what would you like to do?
I was originally going to ask if I can see Jace, but he's invisible, so I'll just skip that question.
Yeah. He's
I'll,
also behind this huge generator.
yeah, I'm going to come out and get as close to Brock as I can with my 35 feet.
Got it. So that'll bring you to 15 there, giving you 20 more. Not quite. We'll put you. I'll be generous and we'll put you at the bottom of the stairs.
Can I see
You're 10 feet
Tamlin?
It would not be hard to see Tamlin in his flaming sword. So yes.
Okay, so my bonus action, I would like to try to move the unicorn so that everyone's in my bubble, if I can manage that.
I want everyone in my safe space, please.
Other than Jace, because I have no idea where he is. If he lands in the bubble, then great, but I'm trying to get everybody else in the bubble.
Yeah.
Class.
How
If not-
is that
if
will
not, I'm-
catch? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if not, I'm headed toward you anyway. That was my fault for moving away, so you don't have to move toward
But
me.
I'm doing something now, so I'm gonna do my best. If I can't get you in, then you'll be out, but I'm trying to see if I can get you in.
All right.
So if you're trying to get yourself in there, Trixie, this is probably what you would logically do, because you could always go like the opposite way, like this, and get both of them. But the bubble's further away from you, and I don't think that makes sense. So
No, I
that
want
would
to get in.
get, yeah. So you're in it, Brock's in it, your whole party's in it. Not that you know that Jace is in there, but yeah, that'll get everybody.
Okay, then I will at 7th level cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Woo.
Go for it. And Mass Cure Wounds is like a radius, right?
Yes,
It's like everyone inside of a
Yeah.
12
it's
foot
30
radius or
feet
something.
radius, so if they're in this bubble, it'll work.
Yeah, you're good. Then you're good. I'll get everybody except for Jace because you can't see him. You need to be able to see him.
Yeah, so 36 and then 19 for everybody. That's
Okay,
Oh yay!
19 for
35,
everybody,
so,
36 for everybody except for Jace.
55.
55 sounds right.
Yeah, I just want to check. Oh, that's the wrong spell. I assume. Yes, for Mass Cure Wounds, it just says creatures of your choice. It doesn't say I have to see them.
Oh, okay.
So just within
That's-
range.
Let me just reread that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair.
From a point of your choice within range, choose up to 6 creatures in the sphere centered on that point.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
Does
legit
not
to
say
me.
I have to see them.
If that's the case, then Jace, you may also take the full 55. I believe that was the number.
And I'm just checking the other one.
Potatoes!
55 health, you said?
Yeah, and I don't need to see the other people for the other thing either, because I don't even need to be in the bubble for that to work.
That almost got me full.
Damn, we got that second win coming in hard.
And
have
that's
no
my
idea.
turn.
Thanks, Trixie.
Just
Yeah, the
doing my
combat
job.
stops. Everyone goes, "Thanks, Trixie."
Yeah, you hear a
Oh.
disembodied voice from across the room. Holy shit! You healed me!
And Trixie realized by accident you healed.
Yeah.
Oh,
At least.
Can I
No, I
retract
was fine.
healing?
I was fine healing Jace, and then he spoke, and I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. All of a sudden, all of a sudden,
Yeah.
hate myself for
imagine
healing
Trixie,
Jace.
like-
I wonder if
Trixie's
Oberon
always-
got hurt.
Don't go going soft now.
Because Trixie's always been this like very like genuinely nice character throughout the whole campaign. I imagine Trixie like fighting with this like anti-spring nature. And Trixie's like, I shouldn't have healed him. Like, why did I say that? Why do I? You know what I mean? Like, it's like
No idea where it comes from.
yeah, no
Kind of
idea.
the way
what-
I've been playing it. When he's near and he's talking, I get, and then when he's away, I kind of forget that.
Right.
I love it. I love it. It's fantastic. The unicorn sword over here goes like, yeah, bring it on, cyborg boy. And yeah, well done, Trixie. What a thing. I'll remind you, Jace, that yes, your ring does stuff to make people want to bang, but it also does healing too, and like all kinds of cool stuff too. There's other things.
It does.
Anyway, yeah, it totally does. I give it healing, revitalize.
I only care about
spring.
the make it bang ability.
Yeah, you saw the make
Actually-
it bang ability, and then stop reading the rest of the artifact.
Yeah,
that I gave you.
that's all I need.
Okay, let's see if Oberon has anything up his sleeve for his last legendary. That is Eberron, not Oberon. This is not keen. No, I wish it was.
Train comes through the wall.
Okay, let's see what he's got on his legendary actions here. Oh, he can cast another spell. Because he's really, apparently very good at casting spells. Nah. Okay, that'll bring us to Horlick. All right, it is Horlick's turn. I assume he stands up for half movement.
Doesn't
Yeah.
Vivian get to go?
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I entirely skipped you by accident. Vivian's turn. Would Vivian like to stand up?
Yeah, so by the nature of her sword being on her side, she's gonna like kind of roll to her side first to get up and
Yep.
come to her knees, so she's still prone. And kind of flip open the sword,
Okay. well-
listen for a second,
hold-
and go ahead.
No, you go. You go. Sorry. Never mind.
You're gonna kind of listen to the sword for a second and bonus action cast Tasha's otherworldly guise.
Okay, so I got it. Okay. First thing I got to ask you is upper plane or lower plane?
Lower plane.
Hell
Oh,
yeah. I like
shit.
that. I love that shit. Fuck yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, I need to acknowledge the newly dropped Vivian mini. Bring! Oh yeah.
That
look
is
at
not.
She
Yeah,
got-
that one there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
She got the katana at the hip. Fucking right. That's the sword of the white well. And you go to okay. Most important thing, as you drop up and you like put your hand on the blade, inside of the sheath it begins to the runes begin to glow. And what does Vivian look like as she emerges into this like otherworldly guise, this dark lower plane form? What do you look like?
If you look at the silhouette of like the top of what she's wearing, it's not unlike what you've seen Zybilna wear. I feel like this is very much, this was what she was doing when she was in the middle of her Igvil shit.
All right, you want to go?
So
You want to go like Igwolf? You want to like emulate Igwolf? That's pretty cool. I'm into it. So into it. Let me just make you Igwolf.
so here she is with her, you know, with her sword and her wings, sort of embracing this deeply abyssal nature.
Igwolf is the master arcanist and expert on demonic lore, and in this moment, you emulate her in this way, and you sort of gain that sort of like spined crown and long flowing black robes, and sort of almost rise a little bit off the ground and sort of emulate her like black witchy dark speech form in this moment. You sort of nod to your patron. As you grip your sword, and
two things are going to happen at once. Now she can move, she can fly.
okay.
40 feet reduced by half because she's prone, but she could
Right,
just
so 20 feet.
20 feet. That's going to go diagonally up in such a way that I am 40 feet away from Durtos.
Got it. So you're
If it's
gonna
up and
just
back,
do like,
or yeah,
do like one of these actions.
yeah.
A little lower, maybe get a little more distance. All
As
right.
she's moving, the sword comes out of the scabbard, and it looks like it goes right back in. But in
You
that
like set it
time,
out and you. Yep. Sorry, you go ahead.
we will cast 4 Eldritch Blasts.
Incredible. You, in one quick motion, draw the blade, and as it's exiting the scabbard, 4 shots blast off, and then you retract it back into the scabbard. Go ahead and roll 4 attacks. I love that the flavor for Vivian is immediately changed into Eldritch Knight, and that makes me very happy. There's something really cool about that, and I'm so into it. The Lady of the White Wells like got her fan out. She's like, my goodness, somewhere.
Oh, good. So that's a 27, a 21, a 14, and a 26.
You didn't score below 20 on any of them, so you will hit.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you
I
did?
Yes, I got a 14 on one of them.
Oh, yeah, then that's 3 shots that'll hit. Absolutely.
Okay, so that is a 12, an 8, and an 11.
Okay. You shoot him 3 times and one bounces off of his actual armor.
Can I quicken a spell?
You already used your bonus action for otherworldly guys.
Cool, that's what I wanted to check. Cool. Nope, then good. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I do want to ask. Actually, I'm going to pull it up because it is a bit of a lengthy spell, and you get a lot of bonuses from it. So I'm going to just go take a quick look to make sure we didn't miss any cool stuff you might get. I love this spell. Maybe my favorite spell. Oh yeah, you got your spectral wings. Okay. No, okay, yeah, cool, you're good. All right, fantastic, Vivian. You blast him 3 times, and he kind of looks up at you. That'll bring us to Orlick, the avatar of the Stormlord. What would you like to do? Stand up. Half movement.
Yeah. Hey, Jace, did you have anything in? Do you have anything in mind for this other than stand up and attack this dude?
I mean, I don't have his character sheet in front of me,
Got it.
but
Okay.
it could
I mean,
be.
he's got some cool shit on here.
Yeah,
Are
he's
you
got some
looking
pretty
at
cool
it?
shit.
I am looking at it.
All right. I
Um,
was just doing my
Are
stuff.
we
I don't
gonna
need to jump in.
start using all his high level stuff?
Yep.
uh,
I think you've got a handle on this. I'm gonna let you take it away because, yeah, he's got cool shit.
Okay, I don't know all that it does, but let's start doing some stuff. Horlick will stand up. How far away is he from Cyber Dare Toss?
If he wanted to get into melee, that would be 5, 10, 15 feet.
Alright, perfect. Let's use his bonus action to cast Blade of Disaster.
Ah, a great spell. Actually, that's something I forgot. He's already got Blade of Disaster out.
Oh, excellent, perfect.
So that's right over here.
It's just a bonus action to use it.
Yeah, much
Yeah,
like spiritual weapon.
Let's go ahead and use that.
Swings over there, only 10 feet, and I believe it gets 2 attacks.
Yeah, 2 melee attacks with the blade. Each one against a creature, loose object, or structure. Okay.
All right, so make 2 spellcasting attacks with a spellcasting attack modifier.
Alright, that is. Just got plus 12. 22.
Oh yeah.
And 18.
18 damage. Fantastic. Oh
No, 18
yeah.
to hit.
18 does not hit, I'm afraid to say.
Okay, so just 1 hit.
Yeah, one slashes him, the other one he sort of puts his plate in the way and it bounces off his plate armor. Actually, no, he gets right out of the way. This is like an antimatter blade. He's not touching that thing.
And it does. Ooh, nice. 11, 23, 32. Whatever damage it does. Force damage? Yeah, 32 force damage.
42 force damage. It cuts through and like butter through, like a hot knife through butter. It just cleanly cuts through his armor. It's like a blade of antimatter. And then he dodges the second strike. What would Horlick like to do with his full action?
Alright, let's run up and strike him with his packed weapon. What is this?
All right, runs up to go into melee. So 15 feet gets him right in the shot. He jumps over top of Jace's former mech.
Alright, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. You'd probably be using the Thunder Hill.
Yeah, it's plus 12 to hit. 22.
22. That'll hit.
Has 3 charges, each of which can be spent on spells, DC 16.
And he's got Call Lightning.
You can spend 1 charge to cast Call Lightning, so that happens when I hit.
No, that happens like as an action. You use an action to cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's just an attack.
Yep, these are just attacks. I believe he gets a little extra, an extra D6 of lightning, but that should all have. Yeah, he gets an extra D6 of lightning for all attacks.
Okay, so it'd be a D8, a D6.
Yep, that's right. And a
Okay,
+6.
and a +6. 7 + 8. would be 15.
15. 15 damage. Fantastic.
One
Alright.
thunder and 14 slashing.
He
Unless this
runs
says
up
thunder
and
too. Does this do thunder?
It does light.
Oh, lightning.
But as it did 1 lightning damage, that will be no damage, as he seems to be resistant to lightning.
Ah. Convenient for you.
Yes, his software seems, or his hardware seems to have anti-surge technology or something like that. And that was both of Horlick's attacks, I believe. He has
No, that was
Thirsting
just one
Blade.
attack.
All right,
I
yeah,
didn't-
go for it. He's got Thirsting Blade.
Didn't know he had 2 attacks.
Yeah, it's that tactical
Natural
blade.
20.
Wounded blade. That is certainly going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so D8 to D6 plus 6. So automatically 8 plus 6. It would automatically be 14 slashing and 6 lightning.
Okay.
Plus another 6 slashing. So 20 slashing and 11 lightning.
Okay, Horlick runs up. He does that first. He runs up, and he like slashes him across the chest and stabs him right through. Runs him through with a second strike, a second more deadly strike. It is a hefty blow to commit Cyborg Dare Toss, but he's still coming. He's still quite strong. So I believe that was movement, action, and bonus action.
Action. Oh, he's got Eldritch Smite. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal an extra 1d8 force damage to the target, plus another 1d8 per level of the spell slot, and you can knock the target prone if it's huge or smaller. Can I do that?
You certainly can. So roll me 5d8 plus 32 plus 40.
Oh boy.
That's a hefty chunk of damage.
Oh, that was nice. 16. 35.
Okay, so 35
Say plus 40.
plus 40 equals. We don't need to worry about that, but it did a lot of.
78.
That's 70. 70. Yeah. And then as he's got him stabbed in the chest, all of his eldritch energy fires up his arm into the hilt of the blade, and a surge of pure lightning magic blasts Cyborg Dare Toss up of his feet, and Horlick lands certainly the most significant blow of the fight on Dare Toss in this moment. Stunning. Almost literally. Is there anything else for Horlick?
No, I think that's just about everything he can do that I can see. So I think he's gonna end his turn right here.
All right, that'll bring us to Jace. Jace is having some technical difficulties, but he sent me what he would like to do on his turn. So I will perform those things for him. Okay. He appears from invisibility. He is going to Hunter's Mark, Dare Toss, and he is going to shoot him full of arrows, quote unquote. So let's get to it. Sorry, those are my gross, nasty dice. This is hilarious. No fucking way. I'm gonna roll a d4. This is hilarious. I'm gonna roll an attack.
Can I guess?
Yes.
He's shooting Trixie.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1. And I rolled a d4, and I was like, okay, I'll go clockwise. And I rolled a 1, so that's you, Tracy.
See, I should not have healed him. He doesn't deserve it.
But lucky for you, I rolled a second nat 1 immediately after. I'm not
They
gonna
cancel out like
recall-
double negatives.
Basically, normally I'd be like, okay, his bow string snaps or something like that. But because I'm the DM and I rolled that horrific set of dice, I'm not gonna make Jace pay for it. But I will say that the arrow sort of like shoots out of the arrow kind of sideways, and it bounces off of the stair grate right in front of you. Trixie kind of like whizzes over your head, like it was a close call.
I turn around and glare at him.
And he like, whatever, and he'll just keep fighting. May that be a warning to you. No, and that'll be 21. That will hit. It's going to do 6 plus 5 is 11 plus 4 is 15. Oh, well, he's at disadvantage. Let me. No, that won't hit. The guy is prone, so he's at disadvantage. It will not hit Commander Deritos. He takes 2 shots. One, we'll say if he shoots Commander Deritos and it bounces off of his shoulder plate and like fires in your direction, Trixie, like it was a ricochet situation.
So, I mean, if we're being specific, the first 2 ones would have been his disadvantage. So wouldn't you have to roll to see if you actually hit me?
He didn't have disadvantage on you, so I rolled.
Okay.
So I don't know how to treat that. Like it's a rule I made up. So no, he misses you. He misses you. It bounces off Deritos' plate, almost hits you, doesn't hit you, and the second shot sort of bounces off, sort of like skims off his chest plate, not quite a hit. And then he is going to run for cover because that's what he said he wanted to do. So I'll put him like right here because I imagine he wants to still be in the healing more. Commander Deritos, his eyes go from like a shining red to like a flickering yellow. He's gonna stand up. He's gonna let's see, what's he gonna do? He's gonna beat the fuck out of Horlick is what he's gonna do. That's probably the answer to that question. Wait a minute, he just got back. So Jace, you wanna hear what happened on your turn? Jace, are you there? You wanna hear what happened on your turn?
Yes, please.
It was really quite something. I did because I rolled for you. I rolled a nat 1, so that's friendly fire, and then I rolled a 1 on the d4 because there was 4 potential targets, and it almost hit Trixie because I rolled another nat 1 directly afterward, and it sort of like ricocheted off their toss and almost hit her in the head, but didn't actually hit her. And then unfortunately the second shot did miss. But you do have Hunter's Mark on him, so you can track him, which is going to be very helpful in a moment. I'll show you why. All right, these are for Horlick. Coming in hot. Both well above his armor class. I can give you this if you want. That's going to be 28 and well over 30.
Yeah, those will hit.
Okay. That's gonna be 25 points of bludgeoning damage on the first shot.
Okay. Let me see if he
Second-
has any reactions.
He's got Hellish Rebuke, which I think he might have used already.
He just had his turn. New turn.
I
Or
think
can he
because
only use it once?
I think it's because he's a tiefling. Let me go
So it's
check.
limited.
Yeah, he only gets one a long rest, I think, as a tiefling.
What other?
Oh, this is Jace. What am I doing? He's got Armor of Hexes. If someone hits you with an attack roll, you can use a reaction to roll a d6. On a 4 or higher, the attack misses instead.
Is this target hex?
No, he's not. That is a very, very
Oh.
good point.
Okay. In that case,
So
nothing. I take the 25.
25. Second shot coming in. That's going to be 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Anyone within 10 feet of the targets. I'll hit Trixie. Yeah, why not? He will bring out his Hellbringer 0.666 caliber explosive round rifle out of his arm, and he'll fire it at you, Brock. That's gonna be a natural 20. This is gonna be a natural 20. Yeah, maybe.
Matt, do I see this? Can I react?
Sure.
Also with the blade as a reaction, we'll throw a silvery barbs at that.
Got it. With a single, almost quicker than the eye can see, you sort of bring the blade out, and a silver slash of light fires across the battlefield faster than the eye can see. And then as you go to retract the blade into your scabbard, you send another one off that hits who with advantage?
Rock.
Gets it with advantage, and you sheath the blade. So Brock, you will have advantage to your next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. And that will not be a net 20, which is a good thing. That is going to be instead a 26 to hit.
That'll still hit.
I'll still hit. You, my friend, are going to take, and these are magical for the record.
But I am raging.
That's right. That is going to be 14 reduced to 7 piercing damage as it blasts into your chest and sort of like holds there. And then Tamlin, you're watching across the field and you're like, oh shit, because this has happened to you a couple times.
Right.
And then it is going to explode in your chest. I need a dex save from you, Brock, and I need a dex save from Trixie.
I see this coming.
You do. You have advantage.
I sense danger.
You do sense danger.
It's beeping.
Beep, 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 beep.
All right, that is 16 plus 4, dirty 20.
That is a failure.
25.
25 is a success. Well done,
Yeah,
Trixie.
I rolled a natural 20 for once.
Hey.
Great. That'll be 8 fire to Brock and 4 fire to Trixie. And
I'm gonna. I can cast spells while raging, right? I'm gonna use my reaction to absorb element. Wait, what?
I don't believe you can cast spells while raging.
I thought that was part of the boons I got from my glacial armor.
That's
Ah.
right. That's
We
right.
all forgot that when we were playing Rock.
I forgot about that too, and I made the item. Please go right ahead.
All right. That is absorb element. Actually, no. Wait. I have stuff for my glacial armor that I can use. I have I think a hellish rebuke. Yeah, 1 charge. Cast hellish rebuke with cold
Okay.
damage.
With cold damage, fantastic.
Now I need to pull up.
He rolls a 12. And he will use a legendary resistance to save instead.
All right.
So you will instead take. Oh no, you'll still take the same fire damage.
Cold damage.
Well, I meant his attack will still deal.
Oh
with
yeah.
the-
hmm
Yeah. And just to get it out of the way, the second portion of that damage was 11 piercing, but both of you will reduce it down to 5 because you're raging, Brock, and Trixie you save. So 5 additional piercing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and the frigid rebuke goes off.
And that is. Gotta pull it up. Find out how many How many, wait, it's a dex save?
He rolled a dex save and he succeeded with legendary resistance.
Oh,
So go
right,
ahead and
right,
roll damage,
right,
and
right.
he will take half.
Okay. Sorry, I need to check what level it actually casts from with the armor. Hellish Rebuke, culture. I think it's just a normal one.
Oh, really? Damn, that sucks. Why did I give you just normal?
Cause it's only one charge of your 6 charges.
Alright.
So it's a 2d10 halved.
Alright, go ahead and roll it.
7 halved to 3.
Understood. And that will be reduced further to 1 as he has resistance to cold damage as well. Yes. He has really good armor. I apologize.
We'll take that.
Okay, and as he's done doing that, he's going to do something that I'm sure is going to make Horlick very happy. He's going to run away.
Oh, Horlick hasn't used a reaction yet, right?
That's right.
He's a warcaster, so I can cast a spell with my reaction.
Damn right.
Assuming he is the only target of it. Not that one. He is concentrating on the Blade of Disaster. Is that
Okay.
correct?
I'm not sure. Blade of Disaster is a concentration, yes.
Okay. So he probably needs a couple con saves.
Oh, yes, that's true. He needs 2.
But he's got Warcaster.
So advantage.
Yep, advantage 16 plus whatever he has. Plus 3. So 19 to say for the first one. And 18 for the second one.
Okay, yeah, he's good.
Okay, now I need to figure out what he's doing with this reaction.
It's opportunity attack. Let's take a look.
Yeah. If you're thinking of, are you thinking of spell or melee?
I've been looking at spells.
Yeah, so you got
If it's
Light.
one action. Yeah, one action and only targets him.
You could do Shocking Grasp. That's a very easy one.
Save my spell
Anything
slots.
ranged is going to be at disadvantage.
Yeah, Shocking Grasp is pretty convenient. Let's do that.
Okay. You could do Booming Blade.
He's wearing armor made of metal, so that's advantage.
That's advantage.
And that's a
Trolling.
pair of 9s, but that's is plus 10, so 19. Probably doesn't hit.
19 does not hit, I'm sorry to say. He reaches out and man, it's close. It's just so close. He reaches out and his fingers barely miss the back of his armor as he reaches out and tries to grab him, but no dice. And that is going to be Cyborg Daertos' turn. Oberon is going to use his legendary action before he begins his turn. And he's going to cast a spell, but he must pick one he has access to 3 times a day. Which means he's going to use Dimension Door. And he's going to appear in a flourish, like a flurry of fall leaves or summer leaves, of course, and sort of brings out his blade, and he's going to say, "You wish to pit me against my own kind? Then you will know pain." And he is going to use his Withering Thorn blade. Attack. He's going to attack 3 times.
Huzzah, brother, huzzah. Okay, like, that's Fandral doing that, not Vivian.
That's okay. 1 misses, but the other 2 will certainly strike. He is going to deal 12 slashing and 9 acid damage. And as he slashes him, he's going to sort of like smash him with the blade, and he's going to sort of hit him with the hilt, and it's going to hit him with enough force that he's going to be pushed back 15 feet. And Oberon is going to push on that advantage, and he is going to make his way over to here, and he's going to take his last attack, which will also hit. And he is going to say, "I know not where you are going, but you will stand and face us." And he will, of course, hit again for another 23 points of slashing damage with his sword, and 13 acid, which is very mean of Mr. Oberon. And I think he will do another push. He'll push him. He gets a couple options here, but he'll push him another 15 feet in this direction. And I don't believe he has any great bonus actions to speak of. No, it does not seem he does. It does not seem he does at all. So he will use the last of his speed to push on that advantage. I think Commander Deritos, or Cyborg Deritos, is going to do something. His back spinal column is sort of blinking red, so he can't use that. But he's got some other tricks up his sleeve. Oh boy. You know what? Yeah, he'll do this, I guess. This is kind of out of options here. He's going to do a smashing leap. The hydraulics in his leg are going to charge up, and he's going to fire himself into the air, avoiding opportunity attack. And he is going to land right here. And the force is going to come down so hard it's going to hit you, Tamlin. I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Okay. 16.
If it's a failure, you are going to be knocked prone, and he is going to sort of smash you with his knee on the way down. You're going to take 9 points of bludgeoning damage, and as you are prone, he's going to take a free hydraulic stomp attack. This is gonna
Hydraulic stomp attack.
Yeah, this is one that he hasn't used yet.
3.
Well, he had to spend all 3 of his legendary actions for this, so this is a big one. That is going to be a 32 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
All right, you ready for this damage?
Yeah.
As he literally curb stomps you with his hydraulic leg, you are going to take.
That seems like a lot of damage.
It's a lot. It's a lot. That is going to be 53 points of bludgeoning damage. As he brings his leg up, and then spring load hydraulically stomps into your skull, and like launches itself into your skull against the iron grate. Your head goes like a quarter of a foot through the grate, and you hear a horrible crack in your skull as his leg comes down on. And that will be his legendary action. Which is going to bring us to.
I have to roll. I needed the con save.
Oh, good luck. That's gonna be. That was a 53. 52. That's a DC 26.
I did not make that.
Okay. That is going to bring us to Brock Meadowbrook's turn. Brock, what do you do?
I am going to try and make it over to Dare Toss. I should have. Two normal spell slots left. I'm gonna use my bonus action to Misty Step.
Okay. 30 feet. Would you like to land sort of? You can't see over this, so you can land here and drop down, but it's 5 feet, so it wouldn't hurt you.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. You.
And then I'll use the rest of my movement to charge Dare Toss.
Angry Bear charge, 30 feet. You get right in melee with Dare
Right.
Toss.
Barreling down on him on all fours, and yeah,
And he
I'm
looks
gonna-
up at you as his heel is pressed into Tamlin's skull, and he sort of looks up at you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna claw him right in his robot head.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright. With the advantage for the silvery barbs.
Hell yeah.
That is 15 plus 13. So 28.
28 will certainly hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Oh, it hasn't been his turn. I need to roll to see. Nope. Spinal column continues to flicker.
16 slashing damage.
Okay, he takes it. He's pretty torn up, by the way. You guys are doing a great number on him. He's hurt. He's certainly bloodied. If a robot could be bloodied.
I'm gonna take my second attack.
Alright, do that.
Wait a minute. I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting something important.
Are you laddie?
I am. Frost strikes. The target takes an extra 1d6 of cold damage for my
Glacial plates.
no, I don't even think this is the glacial plates. This is Strike of the Giants from my boon from Vaprak the Destroyer.
Hell yeah.
So another 6 cold damage.
6 cold damage, incredible. He'll take 3.
And because he takes cold damage, the Song of Winter, he has a charisma save.
Alright. He doesn't. Oh.
DC 20.
He rolls well over. Or not well over, he rolls a 30. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then he's good for now.
Weirdly charismatic.
I didn't think so.
I need
Alright.
it.
In that case, I'll make my second attack.
Alright.
I've used all my movement to get up here, right?
Yeah. Well, use
Okay.
30 feet, so I think you have...
Oh yeah, I get a little more. I'll move
Yeah.
around to a flank.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you the flank.
I'll like knock him off Tamlin with my first one, and then
Yeah,
run around
you're
behind
like
him.
charging in, and you like do like the Superman punch, and, like claw him, and he steps back a couple off of Tamlin, and then you turn around in the flank and strike. Go for it.
That'll be 28.
Yeah.
I think 28 again. Yeah. Right, and that'll be. set. So 15 plus 11, 26. 26 slashing and
Ooh.
3 cold.
Damn, you're doing a number on him, Brock. Well done. You're just clawing through his armor, tearing plates off him. Anything else?
That will be my turn.
Well done, Brock. Excellent turn. That'll bring us back around to Tamlin. Tamlin, you're obviously having a little headache right now, but
Yeah.
you're okay. What would you like to do?
I would like to stand up
All right,
and give him a little slashy slash.
go for it. You have advantage. It's not so fun when they attack me back.
Oh, and that is a critical hit. For a 33.
Hey! Roll me all that damage. Roll me all that big damage.
So this is going to be fun because I'm going to pile lots and lots of divine smite on it.
Oh yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet.
This is gonna be the one.
This is gonna be the one. And I think it's deserving. Tamlin has taken a beating in this fight.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna add it all up for you.
All right, I appreciate it.
Is he resistant to either radiant or flame?
Fire, yes, but not radiant.
Okay. All right. So it's and then like max damage. In max. All right, that's going to be a total of, hold on, let me add it all up. This is after I've half the damage for the flame damage.
Okay.
It's going to be a total of 124 damage.
Ow! How do you want to destroy Commander Dertos?
Oh yeah,
Cyborg
finally.
Commander Dertos. Yeah, so you're dizzy. You're seeing like 3 of him. Your sword is burning in your hand. You're a little stinky, but you are mighty, which is most important. What do? As you take vengeance upon your foe.
Right. Since I'm the vengeance guy with the burning sword of summer vengeance flame, I guess there'll be like a lot of dramatic open mouth roaring and sword high above the head, lots of distorted face, not that face, but a very distorted angry very distorted angry face, and then flaming sword right down into the top of the middle of the noggin there.
All right, so Brock comes flying out of nowhere, like literally out of a puff of smoke. He goes flying to the air and like roars, smashes him across the front of the armor. Dertos steps back once or twice, overtaken by Brock's brutality. And while he's consumed with Brock's secondary assault, you take a moment to sort of use the sword, pull yourself back to your feet. You see 3, and you bring the sword around, and after the amount of damage you took directly to the skull, there is no justification why you should have struck so true. But perhaps something was guiding your hand. Perhaps it was the very nature of summer that willed you destroy this foe. And as you bring the blade up, your oath rings in your mind. You must slay the greatest foe. And all of these things, despite your senses betraying you in this moment, your oath, the power of summer itself, draws your blade down, and you carve his head in 2. As you draw blade and flame and radiance right through his head, it slides in half, and all these sounds begin to happen. Various oils and fluids, hydraulics begin to sort of pour out of various out. Lights begin to go off, and he sort of begins to fall apart and just fall to the ground, defeated before you.
Yeah.
As Cyborg Deritos is destroyed and defeated by you, Tamlin, let me tell you, the Iron Marines that are left have zero, and I mean zero, desire to continue to fight you. And the only one that is left is just one. So he will see across, like, you can't see his face, he's wearing armor, but he looks across the way. You sense the fear in him, and he sort of drops his rifle and pistol to the ground, and his chainsword to the ground, and his prostitute pistol and his boot, and his like Swiss Army knife, and all of his various. Anyway, he drops them all to the ground, and seems to have. He has no will to continue fighting. His patriotism ends as this sort of supposedly unkillable machine is destroyed. God damn it! You want to know what was going to happen? I was going to have him upload his like consciousness and the schematics to his like chassis to like the network, and then you guys would have fought him later in the final battle. You would have like come back around and tried to fight him, like would have had your second chance at him. But instead, you guys conquer the day, and Deritos is not given that opportunity, and the knowledge of his incredibly dangerous form and cybernetics are lost with him in this moment, and he is no more. And with that, the combat ceases. The power plant is yours to do with what you will. There's still a great war going on outside, but what do you all do?
The objective was to down power the laser cannons. Am I saying that right?
Something like that, yeah. And
Yes.
you're not saying, and you're saying it however you say it makes sense because you're Fey. And this doesn't, this is all bullshit. In a puff, in like another sort of blast of dimensional magic, Oberon sort of appears sort of in the sky, not too high in the sky, but about here, and falls on the last Iron Marine with his blade and just slides it between the plate and the helmet and just, and then like can opener carves it around the side, and his head falls and rolls across the ground.
And Trixie's just like, oh. I was gonna try to charm him and ask him how best to. It's okay, never mind.
There are others.
Oh.
There are others. We'll get someone else.
His arm goes, what about that laddie way up there? And he'll point to, as maybe you noticed at the beginning of the combat, or maybe just now, there is a single sort of civilian-looking individual at this weird platform with like hundreds of buttons going clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack over and over and over again.
I think he'll do just fine. I guess
And he
a
goes,
wild shape.
Papa, please don't kill that one. They need it. And Oberon's like, well, all right. Well, what should I do?
I mean, we can capture him.
Very well. I'm going to go find someone to murder.
Trixie, you were on to something. Right?
Yeah, I can just get up there and see if I'll just turn into a bird, fly up there.
Vivian accompanies her. It just flies with her.
Okay,
Yeah.
Vivian accompanies like
I don't even
large
have
reddish
to-
bat-like wings after Trixie.
I'm just
Go
a
on, Trixie.
sweet little bird, a cute little bird. And before I get up there, once I'm close enough, I don't have to change out. I just cast Charm Person on him.
Okay, Trixie, you Trixie, you fly up as like a little like a robin or some like little blue bird, and the person turns around and goes, "My, I never considered in all of our conquest how beautiful nature." And then in that moment, Vivian in like Igwolf demon form, and he's like, "Oh!" And then Trixie, you cast Charm Person.
Wisdom 22.
It's okay. Don't worry about that. He fails. There's no. I doubt there was a very high chance he could have ever succeeded on that. And he sort of, and then like looks at you as the robin. He goes, okay, so. And he kind of calms down, despite like the witch demon behind you.
I'll drop the form once I'm up there.
Because you're even better in this form. My, this Feywild isn't so bad, is it?
It is quite nice. But these guns and all that stuff are really causing havoc, and we would really like to get rid of them. Can you maybe tell us how best to do that?
Oh, it's really difficult. I mean, look, I know with friends and all, you're on the Fey side, I'm on the Iron side. It's. I know we're such good friends, but those things are protecting my people from the savages out there.
The people outside just want you guys to go home. Home isn't
Really,
that bad.
is that really all they want? Commander Diertos said they wanted to destroy our very way of life. They wanted to bring democracy to its knees and such like that.
No, they just want you guys to leave.
Maybe a persuasion check. You have advantage because you've charmed him.
Y'all know how good I am at this, guys. A natural 20.
Hey!
For a total of 20.
Hey,
A
even
total of
better.
20. He goes, really? So what you're saying to me is our democratically elected leaders are lying to us. It's not possible. Really? You mean that?
I'm sorry to say, but it's true.
Such a thing is entirely unfathomable. I don't see a world where such a thing is true other than here. It's unthinkable. Unconscionable even. Oh. Well, the only thing for a citizen to do who believes in the truth of democracy is to rise up against its oppressors. So I will open the doors for you to enter into the reactor and shut it down, if that's what it takes to end these corruptions and violences.
You are a very good friend.
And puts his oh no, you're not a Fae, so it's fine. He puts his hand on your shoulder and he goes, "You up to?" And he'll turn around and go clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. And
He just
after
turns around while he's doing that and is like,
and while he's doing that, the doors sort of unseal and reopen on the ground level. It's just head in there. I don't even really know how to stop the reactors. They only trained us how to keep them running, not how to take them down. But I imagine enough brute force would do the job. I imagine there's more technical ways of doing it, but that's what I've got for you. I can work on it a little bit up here if you want.
that would be helpful.
All right. I will try and bring down the conductivity of the electricity so that any sort of residual energy pulses won't be so effective and meandering to your Fey forms. And you'll begin typing away.
And I'd yell down to the group, my friend here is going to try to help us from out here, and we're just going to go through that door there and wreak our havoc.
All I ask is once this is done, once you've stopped all this very undemocratic action, take me with you.
I'm already walking to the door. I didn't hear him.
Okay.
So
Fair
is
enough.
Jay.
You had
Tell
me
you
at wreak our
what.
havoc.
We'll come back to this conversation once we've finished everything.
Makes sense. First things first, we must stop the corruption in our government because that's what the right thing to do
Yes.
is.
And your home will be better without the corruption too, so you'll have a nice place to go home to.
Of course, it's. I must wonder who's going to lead us after, though. We'll have to have another election. But what if those candidates are corrupt too? Oh, my brain! And he starts to freak out.
It's okay, you can elect someone that you trust. Maybe you
You're
should
right.
run.
It's the responsibility of every democratic citizen to be informed and to vote.
Yes, and I'm just walking away as he's
By
talking.
this point, I shoot a fireball into the reactor.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. Okay, so Tamlin, I assume you were going with the gentleman while Trixie was making
Yeah.
friends. Yeah. Okay, let's get you guys in there and see what happens. So you guys enter into this secondary room. This is generally what you see. You see oh, he's not here. Don't worry about him. room full of large cylinders. There's like a pool of water down below that's like bubbling. This giant, strange rod pulsating in the middle of the room. So you're throwing a fireball. Where's that fireball going? Where specifically? Right in the middle of
At the
that
most
shiny thing?
important looking thing, yeah.
What is the most important looking thing to you? That shiny thing in the middle?
It's in the center of the room. It screams important to me, so let's blow it up.
Okay. You fire off a fireball.
Do you want me to roll that damage?
No, that's okay. I was wondering if I had to roll something, but Trixie rolled a nat 20. So any like secondarily explosive, like there's gonna be like an electric explosion basically. But because Trixie rolled a nat 20, her friend is going to sort of mitigate that possibility. I'm gonna say the three of you definitely feel this like wave of like static that sort of like flies through the air, and you guys kind of have like a oh shit, like it doesn't blow you off your feet, nothing close to that, but you definitely feel this like
My first
tingling
standing.
sensation. Yeah, it's like a tingling pulse that flies through the room, as like the lightning sort of shuts down the moment that fireball hits. The tower, like the Tower of Sauron's Eye, falling at the end of the movie. It's a little like that. Hits the water. Electricity begins to sort of scintillate. Various lights begin to glow and goes. Big red lights begins to sort of glow and flash in the corner. You hear inside of these like secondary cylinders over here, these big guys. You hear this like sort of. It sounds like an air conditioning unit that's working about 4 or 5 times harder than it should be. And all 10 of them begin to sort of begin to whirl like really intensely, and the sort of intensity begins to rise and rise and rise. Is there anything that you guys would like to do in this one?
Take cover.
Can I blow those up too?
Tamlin jumps into the doorway behind cover. Rock's like, what does Jace do?
I'll go ethereal and just stand there.
Absolutely. The entire room like explodes. Trixie, you go blasting as the energy wave hits you. You fall into Vivian's arms. It's very romantic and heroic. This guy, the Iron Dude, sort of like falls down the side. He goes splat on the ground below. He does not live to tell the tale of what has happened here. How did you get in here, cat? Oh my god, you're so loud. Yeah. Something's gotta happen to you, Brock, I think. No, you know what I'll say? Rock, you get thrown back and you fly like through Jace because he's ethereal, and you like smash into the wall, and normally there'd be bludgeoning damage, but you're aware bear. And Jace, you're standing there and you get to like stand in the middle. You get to be like stand in the middle of like a nuclear, this isn't nuclear technology, but you get to stand in the middle of like a reactor exploding. So like shrapnel and fucking lightning and like debris goes like flying through you, and you're just standing there like,
It's fucking metal, dude.
yeah, you're having a moment there where you just like, oh, have you seen The Crow? Have you seen The Crow with Brandon Lee?
Yes.
Love that. You know when he goes to the pawn shop and he like shoots the shotgun and blows it up, and he gets like the fire just like hits him and he just doesn't give a fuck?
Yes, dude.
That's you in this moment.
It's fucking awesome.
Rock hits the wall. You just sort of get like, you sort of have your arms folded and get immolated in the explosion, sort of uncaringly. Tam, when you get behind the door just in time, Trixie saved by Vivian. And then once the dust settles, once the debris settles and the alarms are still blaring, Jace, you sort of appear from etherealness, unscathed, untouched. There's not even so much the dust at the shoulder to worry about. And Brock, you like grow some of those pieces of roof off of you. You're unharmed because you're aware bear. And things just kind of work out for you guys.
So is that it?
Last session.
So to you guys, what do you want to do next?
Are like
Go
all of the
outside.
lights off now? Yeah.
The lights are still like flickering. Those like red lights are still flickering inside, but those like blue lights are gone. The lightning in the middle of the reactor is gone. The water stopped bubbling. It's very much like the only thing that shows any sign of like electricity is the flashing red lights. There's no blaring alarms. There's no like general lighting situation. There's no electricity. It's just the flashing red lights in the corners of the room. That's the only thing that
I'm
shows
gonna
any sign.
start breaking lights.
All right. With whatever cantrips you possess, you just go and just start blasting out the red lights until you guys are fully immersed in like blackness. You're in the middle of this like black cement room, and it's completely black. And then, actually, I'll change the music for this. So you just endured this big explosion. And all the lights go off, and you go into complete blackness. And then you see something that's sort of reassuring. You kind of, your eyes begin to adjust, and you see in the various, not large holes, but small holes in the roof, you see little streaks of moonlight sort of emanating the room, and you see the array of stars sort of appearing from the edge of twilight, as is what is natural here in the Feywild. And then all at once, those sort of, I said moonlight, it's probably more like twilight sunlight. And you can see the stars like just at that cusp between day and night, where like the sun's almost completely gone, the stars are just barely visible in the blue sky. You see then almost a swarm of flying creatures sort of cascade across the twilight sky. You see the fairy dragons and sprite knights and pseudo dragons and unicorns and pegasi, and you see the various forces of the Feywild descend upon the city in a great wave, much like the riders of Rohan, in a great, if it could be like a sky charge, sort of descend upon the city, and you hear this sounds of gunfire in the distance, and the sound of like raucous blades and battle cries just sort of at the edge of your hearing. What do you do?
I would like to go outside and see what the hell's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I think we won.
Yes, but I would like to see
You make your way through the black, through the dark, and find your way back to the front door. You find your way to each other. And as you make your way to the front door, you find yourself immersed back in light, and you hear the battle much more prevalently, the clashing of swords and the gunfire. And very quickly, you hear the sounds of gunfire going from a great volume, literally like second by second, decreasing in volume. Just sort of slowly going away until like a great mass of warriors, soldiers firing on the brave warriors of the Feywild begin to descend quickly and become traded off with, instead of the explosive sound of artillery and gunfire, very quickly gets swapped by the sound of vicious war cry and victory as blades descend. You don't see the battle happening itself as they're happening majorly on the walls. As you enter into the main city, you're right. You get the sense that without their massive lightning cannons, the Iron Fae don't stand much of a chance against the incredible army you've amassed. Things calm and go from like a raucous war cry into a couple scattering bullets of fire, and they transfer into what you know to be the sound of victory, which is both sort of a cry of lament, but largely is a scream of victory, a war cry of celebration that this last stronghold of the Iron Fae here in the Summerlands has been destroyed, has been stopped. And you guys have won the battle. You have to meet up with your army, and you have to sort of clean things up, and maybe even stand. Well, that's a good thing. I think. Oh, actually, Hisron will say, "All right, I recognize that I fucked you all over back in the summer port. Not all of you. You're new. You're new. You're new. You're new. But you two especially, you three especially, I fucked you all over. So let me just give you some advice. Maybe try and make it up to you. You know, find your way to the highest place, and give him a little. I don't know. Raise your sword or something. You guys were the major victors here. Let them know that you won. Sort of wave the banner and such. Every story needs a good end, right?
I haven't forgot
Oh,
what you
right.
did.
It was good fun though, you have to admit. Made things interesting.
Maybe later.
I'm-
Let's do war shit now. And we can do other shit later.
Oberon says, well, if you don't, I will. I'll happily claim victory, even if it's not earned. But you deserve it.
Vivian's
So move your
already
asses.
moving. Vivian's already like hell. He's taking. She just
Yeah.
rescued his ass. Fuck him. No, 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 no.
I immediately turn giant eagle and pick Brock up to go find a high spot.
Little
I
sister
sur-
just rescued big brother. No, he's not taking. No, no, no.
I don't fight it. It's like, you know how you pick up a cat and you know they're a good cat if they dangle?
That's good. That's great.
And I definitely like go through the buildings really quick. Make it fun.
Yeah. And you guys find yourselves at the top of, there's many high towers here. Not all of them are easy to stand on, but you guys certainly bring yourselves the highest point in the city to claim your rightful place as the great victors. And much like Achilles, after taking the beaches of Troy, you guys stand high over the great fields of Feywild, long here and there. And you see the Fey have sort of, I'm not going to make a million minis and change them all in this very moment. But as you guys stand there here high atop the towers, quite visible by the flame of Tamlin's sword, and see your great forces and a massive army, about half the armies of all the Feywilds gathered in this resounding victory, and they all look up to you. What do you do?
I raise my sword.
Raise your
General.
sword into the air, your flaming sword. Quite fittingly, these are the summer lands you've liberated, and this is the sword of Summer's Fury. As you raise your flaming blade towards the setting sun, you hear a resounding cry of celebration from pseudo-dragon, fairy dragon, from nymph, from satyr, from warrior, from eladrin, call out in a raucous boom, a united amount of voices you have never heard in such volume, screaming the names. And they say, scorched earth, scorched earth, scorched earth. And they call out in great cries of celebration. And you have won the day, and all will know that it was the Knights of the Scorched Earth who won back the Summer Lands from the Iron Fae. All you have to do now is push back through no man's land and take from them their lands. Reverse the battle, counter-strike, and bring conquest to their lands as they did to yours. I know it is early. I know it's about a half hour early, but it feels like the right timing as we're going to go into probably some conversations and stuff, some role play. Feels like the right timing. So unusually, I'll call it early break. Let's give it 10 minutes-ish, however long it takes for us all to get back, and we will enjoy the spoils and glory of victory when we return.
That was very cool.
Good job, guys. Well done.
Woo!
Nice, Tamlin. Very nice. Tamlin and Brock at the end there were just like,
Oh, tag team, man. There was some bro.
that was
There's some
so
serious
beautiful.
bro
That was so
action going
beautiful. So beautiful.
That was a very small percentage of the damage that I've taken during this fight.
on.
You've taken so much damage. You've been hit for so much. Oh my god. How many hit points? How dang, because he's hit you.
Well,
It had to
round
have,
one
it had to
with
have been
legendary
somewhere around.
actions. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it had to have been somewhere around 500 because I have 232 and I was down below 0 once and almost a second time.
But you had a death
And got
round, I
healed
think,
and got
something?
hit
Yeah.
again.
In the first round, you got almost taken to 0 in the first round. I'm pretty much fresh, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Oh, I need to study this stat block and just. I admit I found it on the internet at the last minute. I was like, this looks pretty cool. And
It's
not in the
good.
last minute. It wasn't the last minute, but it was still like kind of like that looks pretty good. And I didn't really look at it too closely. And then I started using it. I was like, this is really good. Yeah, but good job, guys. Took him out. Took him out. Derek
Nice.
Haas is done. Rock said take him alive, but there wasn't much alive left to be taken.
Yeah,
Never been alive.
he wasn't alive to begin with.
Yeah.
Just a brain.
You wiped his brain, and they were like, "Oh, well, I guess let's make him into a death bot." So
There's nothing left over to take, is there?
Mickey!
there's his head. You can take his like
yeah.
robot head because his actual like face is like has been sort of plastered or not plastered. It's been sort of like I guess stapled.
Like
across the front
RoboCop
of the robot
style.
head. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
exactly like RoboCop style.
Yeah, I'll take his head.
All right.
That's
You
good
take
enough.
you take his robot head where his skin has been sort of almost stapled across the front of his like true android face. His eyeballs removed and replaced with cybernetics, and it is truly, I would say, Brock, this reward, this spoil of war you have taken, is probably the truest representation of your enemies. These people who take flesh and blood and life and twist it into metal and war. And it's probably a perfect representation of the evil of the Iron Fae and a perfect representation of the brutality that's coming to them as well. At the neck. Very cool, bro. Very cool. All right. I'll be back
Rough
in a minute.
last time, but that ended cool. Like for everyone, that ended cool.
How's it going?
You're good, man. Can't complain.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, take your time. I think I'm a little earlier than usual.
What'd you say?
Vivian sent a message, said that
Oh.
she was just finishing up. I was telling her to take her time. Yeah, I think we're all here. Let's hop back to it. Okay, so we return outward. It is worth saying that the Fae have not entered the city. They have certainly attacked and defeated all of the troops on the wall and so on and so forth. But the city is made of a lot of stuff that they cannot touch. So, they go into the city a little bit, like maybe some walk on the pavements, much like Oberon and Hisron, but largely stay out of the city. Just by their very nature, they treat it like some kind of black zone in nature, as it is, and sort of make their victory celebrations in their camps outside the city itself. And normally, in the wake of war, there would be ratings for spoils and such, but the city is like corrosive to the touch and makes it very hard to ransack the city, burn it to the ground, and do stuff to it. So there's certainly an attempt at first where you see people like they're a little goofy, some of them. The satyrs are like, look at me, here we've done it, and then like sort of leans on a wall and goes, sort of like screams as his hand burns. And very quickly the Fae learn that they can't really hang out in the city comfortably, and they sort of make their camps outside the city walls. The doors have all been opened, but the city remains pretty well intact, and the large portion of the citizens who live here remain sort of hidden within their homes. And you may all exit. In fact, I'm actually going to take us out of the car map, into the battle map, so we can keep track of everybody who's involved in the celebration. But what do you guys want to do?
I think I'm gonna send sending to Zybilna.
Can dude, her dude is with us.
Oh, dude!
I'm like, that's right, that's me, I'm the dude,
Igric, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
the demon familiar of Igwolf, who's been your friend since the beginning of this whole thing. Bunch of fucking bastards. Is it because I'm little? Is it because I'm little? Is it because I'm a tiny-sized creature? Is that it?
Look, just tell Zybilna that we have everything under control here in the Summerlands.
All right, I'll tell her. Fine. And he'll pop out of existence.
All right.
He puffs back. All right, I told her. She's a little busy in the middle of some big old battle, but
Does she need help?
It didn't seem that way. It looked like she was really having she was having fun. She gets that look on her face when she's killing folks, when she's kind of smiling, kind of wily-eyed. I kind of try and leave her alone when she's,
Yeah, fair point. Probably should stay out of her way.
Yeah, she's but anyway, things seem to be going well over there, and she kind of gave me one of her little oh, excellence kind of things, So things are going well over there, and I get the sense that they don't have much cleanup to do left either. So things are going pretty well. It's like the Feywild is pretty much, or what's left of the Feywild, which is still a lot of it, pretty much liberated. All that's left to go is into the bad place.
All right. I assume we're gonna wait until everything gets all tied up, and so what do we head back to Prismere until Zybilna has her fun?
I could certainly use a little rest.
I could definitely use a little rest.
Oh, but the day has just started.
Oberon looks at Jason, kind of shakes his head like an agreement. He goes, "Nonsense! You're all the war heroes and warmongers of this great victory, and you're all going to go run away and get a nappy in?
And what do you suggest?
I suggest you go amongst your armies you summoned and let them know that you're the biggest badasses in the Feywild.
Oh, they knew that already.
Uh,
It might
he's
be a good
right.
idea to
He's
get
right.
like reports from everybody to
right.
see, you know.
Especially the Arc Fair, you know, someone they need to be reminded about who's really the victor of the battle.
You know, straighten your wings
But
and
also, whether you like it or not, the Feywild is a place of great politics. If you want to play the politics, even though you have a shiny flaming sword, you're going to need to play the part a little bit, because you'll have to put it away eventually. From what I hear.
Angus. Let us take our victory out.
And you jump on the back, and you guys go fly off, do a couple circles around the city, raise your sword up high, to the and to be clear, like I can't express it enough. This is a humongous fucking army you guys have here. Like there are like a couple thousand Fey sort of camped all around the city. This is a humongous army, the likes of which has never been summoned in the Feywild before. And as you ride the circle, your flame sword in the air, it's like the wave almost. It's like the wave of like a couple thousand folks. Very impressive.
I will, if I see the centaurs, I'll stop and try and speak to them.
Yeah, you come down for a landing, and they sort of like kick up and rear their hooves and stomp the ground hard, and buck and sort of celebrate your resounding victory. You will be approached by the Oak Lord, who sort of like at first arrives as a centaur, sort of riding up to you, and then kind of magically shifts into his true two-legged form. He'll say, "Magnificent victory, a wonder, a great celebration."
Thank you. There is a small bit more to do, but I wanted to stop and let everyone know that after this, my intention is to claim a small domain for myself. It will be large and flat and grassy and warm, and I thought it might be the perfect place for the centaurs to roam.
I see. I would speak to you alone, Tamlin, if you would have a moment. After this great victory, should two great war leaders not celebrate together?
Certainly.
And he'll sort of take you aside, cheers a cup with you and drink of it. He'll say, "So, Tamlin, and you know this guy to be clear, Tam. I'm sure you've, I'm quite sure, you're kind of in Titania's honor guard, so actually I take it back,
Right.
I don't think you would have spoken to this guy much. But you certainly know him by reputation. The Oak Lord is he's like the great general of the Summer Court. He is the cavalry leader. Like his forces make up the bulk of the Sele Court's forces. He's a great warrior, and you've heard of him, maybe been inspired by him, your choice." He says, "So, Tamlin, I am aware of the dramas that persist between you and Queen Titania.
Yes.
And I am a warrior first and a politician second, so this does not come natural to me, but I thought you'd be inclined to make a deal, or at least hear me out. I will admit something to you that is a bit of a ruckus around the court that I don't know if you may have heard of around, but I will come flat. Titania, I am in love with her."
Oh, well, that is news
I tell
indeed.
Now,
Congratulations.
I am not asking for congratulations. Well, I'm sure you understand the strain of awkwardness that puts on the sailor court, considering she is already married.
I do.
And I am well aware that you do not think well of the Lady of Summer. Did you have your qualms with her for what she has done to you?
We have had our differences. However, I have spent most of my life very near her. So she's a known enemy.
Indeed. I would request an alliance between us two. You wish to claim a portion of the summer courts as your own domain. You wish to claim our Feyship. You wish to become an immortal leader of these lands, and I already am. But more than that, if I were to become the new king of Summer, you would have a staunch ally, and I would ensure that your domain would go unharassed. As king of the Summerlands and the Sailor Court, I would be able to bend the Queen's ear more so and have more power to ensure you are not messed with, so to speak.
Well, it sounds like you've given this some thought, and it certainly does sound beneficial to me. I've always admired the Centaur and you personally. So, and anything that can smooth or bridge the gap between Titania and myself is obviously welcome. And I'm sure you would be a fantastic benefit toward that end.
Indeed. And if I may say so, one of a warrior's nature. Oberon is indeed the greatest swordsman of Feywilds, but he cares more for the living things, for the beasts and the common folk, whereas I care for the charge, the vanguard, the warriors, and I think we are of like mind. Give it some thoughts. I do not impose upon you how to go about these things, but I assure you and give you my oath here and now. Should I by some means become the King of Summer, if your interference and your support was given, you would have a staunch ally in me, good warrior.
I'm happy to hear that. That's almost an amplification of what I came here to speak about. So I'm very happy to hear this indeed. As a matter of fact, if I may be of any assistance, of course, I wouldn't deign to interject myself in matters of the heart, of course, you understand. But I would certainly support you in your endeavor.
You honor me. You honor me. Indeed. As you can imagine, there are obstacles that stand in the way of me. Anyway, it is, my point being is to explain and be transparent my prize. My prize on this end of the deal is the fulfillment of the position at court, and yours, a staunch ally in that court, and an ally, powerful. So, I make no impositions upon you now, but simply put the offer forward, and would drink to your victory, most certain your victory.
To our victory.
Raises his goblet, cheers you, he'll drink heartily, pat you on the shoulder, and say, well, we best both get out there. The centaurs need to see their lord, and the Summerlands need to see he who bears their sword. So let us return.
And so they'll walk back out to the centaur's sword raised.
Yeah, both of them sword raised. His green sword of his great sword of emerald, and yours of fire. And the centaurs will sort of whoop and holler, sort of Native American like how they sort of like that, like
Right.
like a sort of like that kind of thing. They'll whoop and holler and stomp their hooves and rear and celebrate their Greek leaders the way. Incredible. Why don't we
Fantastic.
see what everyone? Yeah, let's see what everyone else is up to. What does anyone else want to do to make this great victory? There's always, as a parent, there is always politics happening, even in war.
Jace might go talk to the Rangers or try to see the status of some of the men that he no doubt helped train for that time period.
Understood. Okay, let's see. And just to put a fine note on that, I think Oberon and his Strom are going to sort of peel off to go return to the Green Port and sort of reunite with their fellows. So they'll be in that direction.
I
Jace?
think
Yeah.
party.
Fuck
I
yeah.
assume there's going to be a party going on.
This is the biggest party the Feywild has probably ever seen. This is a humongous party. And you can certainly do that. We'll hit you back. I want to see what Jace is up to very, very quickly. So Jace, you find yourself approaching the Lord of Rangers here in the Feywild. Kalmon Thray is his name, the Ranger Lord. And he is, similarly celebrating with his party. He looks like any old ranger. He looks like a ranger, kind of dirty, well-traveled, green cloak, gorgeous bow, quiver of arrows, blades across his back. He looks the epitome of like the heroic ranger that you would imagine from like, I don't know, if you were to like picture the perfect ranger, like a ranger king. This guy.
Okay.
And rangers are a little bit more. They're not as full as bravado as some other, shall we say, classes.
Yeah.
So while there's definitely celebration happening here, there's no like smashing their hoods on the ground, beating chests, and drinking till they can't stand anymore. It is a celebration. It is a loud one and a hearty one, but it is not so wild as some others. And you approach him. He says, "Jay Silvermont, Ranger of Prism, welcome. It is at last we meet."
It is a worthy occasion for two rangers to have crossed the same path.
Indeed, tales spread far of your villages. Indeed, further still from the Feywilds. I am led to understand that your adventures have taken you long past the realms of Prismere and the Fey.
Oh yes. Yes, I have been much farther than many a ranger as far as my travels in various planes.
Glorious. Then it is with my deep regret that we have not spent time together still. Please join our camp. There are many who I think would benefit from your skill and knowledge of your tales.
I'm sure I could grace some of your less experienced lads with a bit of story.
Indeed. Indeed, please. And he will beckon you within, and you will see that the rangers are a smattering of races, mostly like the ones you'd expect from the Fey realm. Gnomes, elves, Eladrin especially. But yeah, they welcome you in, and as soon as Kalanon sort of expresses your name, says, "This is the great warrior Jay Silverhawk." They'll sort of stand to their feet and give you like a nod of the head. They're all in green cloaks. Every single one of them has a green cloak of various designs. And all groups of rangers sort of separated in various camps will invite you around their fires and ask you of your tales. Is there anything specific you'd like to tell them, like to do, like to say? They offer you wineskins.
I would probably tell them of the time that I came across a tomb to oh, what's that fellow's name? Not Vecna.
So like, not that it's like they tell you, but like how casual you're like, no, it wasn't Vecna. It was like they're like,
Right.
like it didn't even cross your mind in comparison to some of the achievements you've done.
Yeah, and I would probably I'm trying to remember the tomb. It was when I got killed from like an annihilation sphere or something.
It was Sirac.
A
It was the
Sirac.
tomb of a Syrax, of like a tomb of a Syrax, like unnamed champion.
Kept poking into things that you shouldn't
Right.
repeatedly.
Indeed. And yeah, I would tell them how upon finding the tomb, I was set upon by an annihilation sphere, nasty things. But not if you have the wit to control one. You just have to
See-
overcome a certain mental threshold, I imagine.
They'll look around, kind of nod themselves in interest. And all of them, you can see in their eyes, like taking your lessons to heart. I get a sense that the history of Rangers is a very oral one. The lessons are taught very orally, so they either by oral or by experience, they cling to every word that you speak. Roll me a performance check to see, and I'll give you the advantage because you're so well regarded amongst their kind. Make me a performance check at advantage.
You got it. Performance. Natural 1 for a total of 2.
On a nat 20? I mean, on advantage?
Oh, on advantage. No.
Yep.
This would be the time that I need that. 14 total.
And they listen. Rangers are skilled trackers and hunters. They are not men of great intellect. They are not women of immense charisma. Amongst fellow Rangers, a 14 is really good. And they listen to your stories and again hang on your words and take good notes of like. They basically treat it as like a. It's kind of like I don't know, like when you're new to some craft that you're really passionate about. Like maybe I'll use filmmaking as an example. Like let's say that you're like very new to the filmmaking scene and you're in college, you're working really hard, and then like Spielberg shows up.
Oh shit.
And you manage to get like 10 minutes to pick his brain. That's what this is for these guys.
Okay.
So you're the Spielberg of Rangers right now. So they're very interested in what you have to say, and they're like hanging on your every word as if it's like the rule of law.
Right. And I'll kind of talk about how I did not overcome that sphere, and it did in fact end my life. Which I know some of you may be wondering, well, how is that at all possible?
You seem quite alive, if you don't mind me saying, Master Silverlong.
Oh no, I have been dead a very long time. No, I'm just playing. But
now stop very quickly. It's very labored.
right. And then I'll talk about how, but from my fall from life, the only thing that was able to bring me back was a very gifted druid by the name of Trisuin. She did not bring this body back to life, but she did reincarnate me into a Githyanki. If you don't know what those are, sort of green or yellow, tall, lanky individuals. Exaggerated elven ears, some canine teeth, meant to ride dragons, red dragons, if I'm not mistaken, and wielding swords, just going around killing mind players in the Astral Sea. Psionically connected as well. It was certainly a change from the half-elven form of which you can see.
You see they're all looking at you and they're like trying to comprehend every word you're saying, not succeeding. You definitely like lost them, but not in a way that they're like, "What are you doing?" They're like, they're definitely like they're like, "Fuck, I am." Like, you know, they're like they wish dear to God they could keep up with you.
Right.
Again, in the analogy of Spielberg, like now Spielberg's talking about like camera technology and like old stuff from back in the day that like no new school guy would know about, and like
12
techniques that
millimeter
are
film.
yeah, you're talking about like super advanced shit that's beyond their like over their heads that they're gonna go Google once they've walked away from this interview.
Right.
So they hang on those words. You tell them tales and such, and Caledon Bray says, "There's another legend. Well, there's many legends of you, Jace Silverlawn, if I can call you Jace.
Of course.
They say that that you won the hand of the most beautiful woman in all the Feywild. Is that true?"
Yes. I would be remiss, and also quite punished to go back home and to have not have spoken of my beautiful wife Rhodos. She is a water nymph. I I fought for her hand, figuratively and literally, from her father, Poseidon. Yes, that went well enough, and by well enough I mean I did not die. Almost, but yet again, not quite. And yes, she is a beautiful, charismatic beauty that enchants me and others every day.
Aphrodite and Poseidon are like looking down from Euphoria at you, and they're like, Poseidon's like, okay,
Okay.
all right, fine.
That was good. All right.
That was pretty good.
I'll come down, beat your ass again if you fuck
No,
with my.
I don't have to go down and beat his ass again.
And then
and
kind of realizing that that's probably what they do as gods.
Oh, yeah.
I think he'll kind
really
of
great
like, yeah, he'll like look up into the sky and just kind of kiss two fingers and then put it up to the sky.
All the other rangers sort of they all do the same thing. This one chick with like a brown braid does like a little whistle. And yeah. Anyway, is there anything else that you'd like to do? Like they listen to you and you can celebrate with the rangers, and you'll certainly be like the center of attention around you. Like everywhere you go, there's somebody who wants to ask you a question or spend time around you, just out of admiration, or attraction. So the young ranger lasses and such.
Right.
Is there anything that you want to do around camp, or do you just kind of like hang out and party?
I'll probably spin some stories about different planes. And yeah, I think Jace would participate in little challenges or competitions, we'll say, that show like everything that a ranger is like, would be proud of, like, like shooting a fucking through a ring, hanging on a branch or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. You show off daring ranger skills, spells beyond their power, and show them what a true ranger can do. They him and awe at you. And the Lord of Rangers kind of hangs out with you and treats you as sort of like the honored guest of the Ranger forces. They're happy to have you nearby. Fantastic.
Excellent.
I'll come to you, Brock, because you popped in there. Brock, is there anyone or anywhere specific? Is there any kind of specific group that you particularly want to hang out with and party with?
You know what? Let's do the fairy dragons and the pseudo dragons.
That's great. I love the idea of that. Brock, you're over there, probably near the words, like the water side between the edge of the wood and the forest, and they're all there, sort of lapping up, and a number of them had fallen and they're sad and sort of drinking their woes, but most of them are in raucous celebration of having retaken the summer lands. And you arrive and they're like, yeah! And at any given point, you have like a pseudo dragon or a fairy dragon like hanging off your back, and they're not like drinking, but the fairy dragons produce this like puff of like euphoric smoke like everywhere, and very quickly the place, like you're out in the open, but very quickly that general area becomes almost like a hookah bar, except rather than it being like smoke, like smoker smoke, it's just like this euphoric like purplish gas, and everyone's just like really happy pretty much all the time, and you feel it too.
Oh, this is new. Okay. And I guess I'll kind of go through this this fog, and I'm gonna try and track down Sir Talavar.
Make me a very happy investigation or insight check.
Very happy.
Very
Okay,
happy.
I'll
Very
do it with a
happy.
smile on. You say investigation or
Or insight.
insight? Okay, I'll do insight. 7.
7. You're wandering. You're a little, dare I say, too happy. But you know, I'll say it takes a while. I'm not gonna say like you don't find him at any point, but you know, you're just kind of wandering around. You get distracted here and there by all the party goers and kind of giggling with some people. It's very much like, let me think. What's the best comparison to this like smoke they're making? I'd say the best comparison is like somewhere between like weed and laughing gas, kind of. Like maybe not. Yeah. And you guys are just having a great time, kind of giggling and laughing and just like like around with each other. And eventually, maybe after a couple hours, deep into the night, you will see the very honorable Sir Talavar with his tiny sword.
Does he have another tiny sword now?
He has a new tiny sword, yes.
Now I have to take that one.
Dual wield tiny swords. And he goes, Brock Meadowbrook, and at this point his like handlebar mustache has gone from like kind of 2 wisps that it's sort of like got a proper like curl to it now. And he's a handsome fairy dragon. He goes, Brock Meadowbrook, good to see you again, sir.
It's been some time. It's good to see you again too.
I haven't seen you since Prismia was taken over by the Outclass Coven, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, remember when I tried to smash your cage to free you?
Oh, I remember one of the more terrifying moments of my life. There's nothing like a werebear bearing down on you and promising you victory while raising his paw.
Well,
freedom.
Wasn't a werebear then.
Were you not? I remember you at court sometime after that, I think, when you came to Selenise.
Yeah, that's when it happened. For the summer games?
That's exactly right. You're in the summer games, and that's right. You were like this redhead gnome back when I first met you. No?
Now I'm a red-haired bear.
Now you're a redhead bear. My goodness, what a raucous battle we have fought in. Here's to you, sir. Here's to you and your expert warrior command.
Here's to the Feywild.
I'll drink
Free
to that
once
anyway,
again.
sir. Yes, indeed, the summer lands are ours once more. And various fairy dragons are like,
We're not holding anything up. We're just.
Yeah. Yeah, Sir Talavar blows a little like smoke ring, and like blows one at you, like blows one out and sniffs it back up. And he's like, He goes, so, tell me, what's next for this grand army you've assembled?
What's next is we push forward and make sure this doesn't happen again.
I see a man of valor. To take our enemy to the foe, I see.
Now, unfortunately, I don't know how many of these armies will actually be able to go into this Veydark City of Iron.
That's true. I imagine things will grow more dangerous the more we range into their country. But the very dragons will stand beside you, Brock Meadowbrook.
That's good news. We will need it.
Very good. Huzzah, I say! Huzzah!
Huzzah!
And then huzzah! Huzzah! Do the whole camp. As they celebrate that, absolutely. So, tell me, does Jace Silverlong still have my tiny soul?
You know, I think he does.
Does he really? I thought he might have discarded that long ago.
No, he's found some uses for it.
See,
It always gives you credit.
Does he? My name must be spreading throughout the Feywild then, for his name does too. How lucky am I to have met such splendid friends who so terrifyingly frequently my gifts.
Well, it all worked out in the end.
Indeed it did, sir. Indeed, here we are, and without your help, we would not have come this far. So, once more, here's to you! Huzzah! And then everyone sort of blows some smoke and screams, huzzah! And yeah, you can hang out with the fairy dragons, and Sir Talabar will just hang out with you all night. He'll just follow you around. Right? Be like, no, I must introduce you to my friend. And he'll sort of take you around and talk to various fairy dragons and pseudo dragons. Is there anything you'd like to do specifically around the camp otherwise?
Nope, that's pretty much it.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Does Vivian or Trixie have anything specifically in mind?
I would like to gather a couple of the dryads, like a group of them.
Okay. Yeah, you head over to the dryads. They're, to no great surprise, hanging out with the satyrs.
I'll just be like,
And they sort of bow to you, and they go, welcome, great Trixie, welcome. Like, my, how well you have done to have led us so far. And they're very ethereal and very,
just hoping you guys can do a quick little task for me, and then you guys can get right back to the partying.
Okay.
If you could just, travel around and talk to all the archfays and all of the leaders of any of the armies, and let them know that tomorrow we should meet up. I was gonna say first thing, but maybe like midday tomorrow, and I'll just pick a spot that is obvious that we could all meet at.
Very well. And they will pick like the brook of like a high hill, so that all archfey may meet tomorrow, and they will sort of go around the camps and find the various items.
And then I think with any other free time I have here, I would like to go to the Metal City, and with any spells or druidcraft I have left, I would like to just like have vines crawl up and get into cracks and stuff, and just like slowly working things down. And I feel like appropriately, probably like 2 hours into this, a stray arrow comes out of the camp and hits me in the back, and I just know it's from Jace, but I just ignore it and continue.
Yeah, because I rolled double nat ones on that one arrow, so I imagine Jace shot the arrow at Cyborg Veritas. It bounced off his shoulder place and went out a window, and only now has it crossed the entire Feywild and comes back and hits you in the back.
I was more along the lines of thinking he was getting drunk and playing shooting games, but that works too.
That too.
That is much better than my brain went off. And a little too Feywildy. Yeah, just like.
Well, there's no way to know. It could be either.
It could be either.
Yeah, I get shot with 2 arrows simultaneously. One in the front, one in the back.
You have like a full Boromir moment as Jace like shoots you 3 times.
Nah, like I shoot and I have a feeling that it might have hit someone, and then I
Yeah.
tell the other ranger that's doing the same thing, yeah, just shoot here and then aim it up slightly, and you want to kind of flick your
Yeah.
finger when you let go.
With my
It's like-
finger. Why am I aiming over the city walls?
They have a sometimes they travel strange just shoot the damn arrow.
Oh, I guess so. And then Trixie gets hit in the back. And yes, Trixie, with various plant growths and whatever else you may have access to, you can begin to sort of dematerialize these structures around you and begin to flood it with natural magic. So it'll take time. This is a black spot in nature, but your powers are mighty, and you should.
Yeah,
be
I don't
able
know
to
how
do
long
much.
we're actually gonna end up here, so that's why I just said any of my free time will do that. But
Got it. We'll say that like maybe you do the plant growth ritual that takes like several hours, and that will begin to sort of double the power of nature to retake its place from its iron inhabitants. Absolutely. Okay, incredible. Well done, Trixie. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Okay. And last but not least, Vivian. There's much to do around, but I imagine you have a plan. What would you like to do?
And my brother's right. This is an opportunity ripe for political conquest. However, most of what I want to do is going to happen when I'm trancing and when I'm sleeping. So I need to do one obvious thing to make sure that the people who are looking at me know that I know what I can do. So I am thinking I would like to form a bond, a connection, an alliance, a something with the unicorns and the Pegasi.
Okay, you want to go sort of find unicorns and Pegasi?
Yeah, now above the table, I need to ask a question because a lot of things happened and I don't know that I understand everything.
Okay.
To my understanding,
Uh-huh.
as part of the arrangement between Tamlin and Titania, where the summer court was going to fall under his domain for this war.
Yeah.
Under those conditions, she gave me a domain of my own and the wand. That's how that happened.
I think that was Tamlin.
Question mark.
So the deal that was made was, Tamlin said, "I'm going to take over all of your shit. You're going to like it. And in return for me giving it back to you at the end of this war, you're going to give me my own domain, return my family to me, and leave me alone." And that was the deal Tamlin made before you.
So how did Vivienne end up with her own domain out of that?
I don't recall Titania extending to you your own domain of life.
She did two things. She became my patron and said that she would offer me my own domain. And I want to know what's going on with that before I do anything. Because if that's nothing, that's cool. That's fine. But I should know if that's something before I do anything else.
Okay. I think when she said she would give you like domain, it wasn't like she was going to do the same for you that she was doing for Tamlin. I think the idea was that she was going to become your patron and then give you power in the summer court. Not like it's like Tamlin, I'm going to give you a domain for life. I'm going to give you your own Archfey realm and make you an Archfey. And she looked at you and was like, "I will give you power." Like it was a very vague offer of power. Is what basically what it was.
That's what I needed to make certain of because I don't. So many different things happened.
Oh.
And Vivian's a little floating in the wild. So yeah, fuck it. Let's just see if we can make friends to make friends. And then I need to go to sleep and do some things.
Okay. You find the Pegasi and the unicorn. They're celebrating. I don't believe the unicorns have the power of light. I'm just gonna quickly. No, they don't. So they are probably dwelling like in the same camp, probably grazing near a field nearby, and sort of celebrating. And obviously, the number of unicorns and Pegasi present are much slimmer than the number of like Spring Eladrin in the Spring Army, because they're intensely more powerful and plus much more rare. But there is still a sizable battalion of these celestial beings. You make your way over, and you are going to confront the Alucorn Lord of all Pegasi and unicorns in the Feywild. Ichthinghearn is his name. And as you approach, he will say, "Welcome, Vivian of the Spring Court."
And Vivian will like hold on to her sword and give a warrior's bow.
Ichthinghearn will sort of put the hook forward and do like the horse bow to show respect as well.
I have heard tales of your might and glory, but truly, even in this blight of war, your warriors, to say they were outstanding seems like such a small word, but they shone so brilliantly. I am astounded. And it was an honor to share the field of battle with you.
You do them great honor. Thank you. They are beautiful, as they should. And I would say, Vivian, just like from your apparent knowledge, this guy's considered like the lord of all horses. This is like the god of horses and unicorns and Pegasi, and any of the graceful four-hooved creatures that look like horses or are horses. So this is the lord of horses. This is like Shadowfax's dad, you know? Like this is the lord.
Do I know if he has a domain, if he has a place where they hang out, or if it's just a call and everybody comes?
Make me a history check. Or a religion check. I'll give you either.
Okay. If you're going to give me religion, I think that's higher. It's a 16 on the dice. Let me go check my character sheet. Religion is +7, and that's higher than history, so we'll go with religion if you're going to give that to me.
15. If you're trying to think about a domain,
where do they hang out? Who do they answer to?
Yeah, that's a good question. With a 15, it's tough to say.
Oh, no.
You know that each.
It's 15 +7.
Oh, okay.
makes
So
a difference.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. He doesn't have one domain. Ichthinghearn's name literally translates to the Lord of Horses. And much like horses, they don't really stay in one place. Wild, free, stallion horses, they graze, they roam the land. They're not, they have a general area they like to stick to, but they roam. And much like the rest of horses, Ichthinghearn's major alliance is to the inner circle of Queen Titania, the Sele Court, and he's a member of that inner circle. But he has been known to travel from Ysgard to Aboria to the Beastlands. There's a chance that he even was treated as a great guest in the courts of Olympus at one point. But most importantly, this is a god. This isn't an archfey. This is a lesser deity. So they don't really have a domain of life. So they're not considered an archetype. They're, as you sit down before him now, this is an avatar of a god that you are looking for.
Perfect.
Okay.
And what you'll say to him is, wars come, wars go, times change. I may not be immortal, but I'll live thousands of years. I hope you will count me friend.
How can I do anything to treat you with grace? You, who stands before all of the courts of the Feywild and sees to their safety. And we'll welcome you into, like, the herd, and you can dwell amongst the Pegasi and the unicorns there. And, unicorns are certainly the more interesting conversationalists. They will speak to you either in Elvish or Sylvan. Pegasi are, they're a little more dim. They're more horse-like in mind than unicorns, who are more celestial-like in mind. But graceful, beautiful creatures, and you can dwell amongst them. They can talk to you, and they celebrate, but they're not like drinking and partying. But they are, they're taking time amongst themselves.
That was the exact vibe I was looking for, because once you finish talking to everybody else, I gotta trance and talk to Sword, and maybe dream and talk to Patron. So.
Got it. Your Sword says, "You did all right. You only missed once."
I mean, I was using green for spellcasting. That was cool, right?
Pretty good. Literally like a 1-4, but
Fine.
good enough, I guess. Was there something you needed?
No, I just wanted to check in and get feedback. I was hoping for, and if she's actually transing, I've got certain privileges over the Veil of Dreams. If you wanted to work together, I would love that.
I don't really care about dreams. I don't even really care about mentorship. I really care about if you're a good enough warrior to wield me or not, really.
But that's what we're working on.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't
Right.
care how I get there. You just want me to be there, right? Is that what
Yes.
we are? Got it. Cool. Just needed a vibe check.
I am the greatest blade to have ever existed in the entire world and any other world. I'm not to be taken on by a novice. Only but the greatest masters should ever deem to wield.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yes. Like that Brock Meadowbrook fellow. He swung me with such excellence.
Brock's a great guy. I'm a big fan.
Well, I hope you can live up to his previous skills.
Indeed.
It is my only hope. I know the Sword doesn't have like a face or anything, but I can't help but like be a little bitchy, over here. Look very, very aloof. You feel the blade is very aloof. If it could be like filing its nails, it would be.
Why does the blade remind me of my mother?
I guarantee you, your mother is a lot deeper of a thinker than this Sword. Who just cares about being used well. He goes, anyway, let's see if you can do 4 for 4 next time.
That's absolutely. Let's work on it. You
Yeah,
have a good night.
Well, I mean, I don't have to work on anything. I'm perfect. But
Of course not. No, I will do the thing. Absolutely.
I'm
You
glad
have
to
a
hear
great
it.
night. And she'll try to shift off.
Okay, and then you go into your room. You say you're done with the blade. You're like, okay, enough. And you go into your room. You enter the realm of slumber. What are you attempting to achieve there?
As I put off thoughts of this is why I wanted to turn into a gold dragon, right? This is why I had that thought, and then that fucker Dirtos, and then quick sending to my patron.
All right.
Thank you for your assistance. Did you have time to meet?
For you, of course. And she will, within your realm of slumber, emerge. It'll be just you and her once more, and she will say, I must offer my apologies. I turned the blade you already possessed into something of more, well, a token of mine. I admit I didn't expect the personality of your previous blade to be so stubbornly affixed. I hope it is not too concerning.
Vivian, not knowing how to respond, is going to start shaping the earth to show kind of like almost like a claymation scene. And she's basically going to show the ceremony that was involved the first time she took a patron, which was with her mother, which is essentially a collar around her neck.
Okay.
So this is what I've come to expect.
I see. Do you
And she'll put her hand on her
fear
shoulder.
that
No, this is different. This is very different. This is not me complaining. I'm just figuring things out.
I see. I assure you, I know that my kind would be one of trickery and cruelty, but if you were to know anything about my goals, it is simply that I seek completion in the realm of love. It has been my purpose ever since I was brought to the fair. I seek to be understood. I seek to be courted by one worthy of my hands, the hands of, well, my mother's daughter. These are the only things that I wish to claim from you, Vivian, is a chance to see if you might be that very person.
Fair enough. But I'm going to say something odd. Follow me. You say you have other warlocks? Makes sense. I don't mind. Whether you choose me or you choose them in matters of the heart. If you're happy, you're happy. If you actually asked me what I chose, well, you actually asked what I wanted before I. So I would like the opportunity to work with you one way or the other. And we'll work with the sword. I have ideas.
I see there is much you have to consider. I just hope you do not lose my purpose along the way.
Well,
then I would request of you, the next time that you bring me into this wondrous realm, this place where I can't help but feel a sense of freedom. So long have I been bound to that realm, never explored beyond but in my dreams, and now so fully. Next we meet, I would wish for a token. A token of your genuine affection, if it exists.
Okay. And she will bow.
And she will sort of, curtsy low back to you. She very much has the, she's very much like a courtier, very like a noble-esque at court, a lady at court. In the sense that this whole thing to her there is a sort of like ceremony to it all, that sort of like regency ceremony to it all for her, where she takes it very seriously, this courting thing. She'll bow low to you, and as her consciousness is scattered back into the sort of flightiness of dreams, back more into the stars. Is there anything else you would wish to do, Vivian?
Nothing that can't wait until tomorrow.
Fair enough. Then with that, you all celebrate, and if there is nothing else to be done that evening, you will all eventually find your way to either, in some cases, maybe a little bit of a harder sleep due to raucous celebration. Others, maybe not so much, maybe a more peaceful, gentle sleep. But you will all rise in the morning, happily long rested, and will be requested to a war council up on the nearest highest hill. If you all attend.
The nearest highest hill.
That is what they say, and they would point to it. There is this high ridged hill where you see a number of individuals gathering.
Obviously, at night, whoever had the harmony just made like a really high hill.
Yep.
Obviously.
Yeah. Tamlin just like taps the
Yeah.
ground twice in a giant, like super
So
elegant.
there's no
cool
confusion
hill.
against all the other high hills.
Yeah. The other hills go, oh, and like stand up and go, like walk away. Okay, actually, I'm gonna go to my little war kill. Yeah, the staging area. I made this board for a reason, so here it is. Why are there thrones? I didn't mean for there to be thrones. Good gods. Oh, that's a great, cool. Okay, you guys find your way up to. It's not exactly what you requested, but whatever. It is where I have all the Archfey minis gathered. And you head up. Oh yeah, he's not here. He got left. But all of you sort of gather up there and can talk to the various Archfey. They all gather. Titania, Morgan Le Fay, all of the many Archfey who are currently serving you are here. And they all sort of stand around, morale is high, wondrously so even. They're excited for what is to come next. And I'll say as they're sort of just meandering about, talking their Fey politics and such. We'll say Horlick had like a really crazy night and he's still sleeping it off and he just can't get up. You all will see perhaps a welcome sight. Poofing into existence is your patron Zabilna. She sort of meanders over, definitely in a more darker garb, definitely a more warlike, witchy garb, as she is now sort of entered into war. She says, "Hello, knights. How fares everything?"
Good.
Quite excellent.
We succeeded.
Indeed.
Commander
we.
dare toss us no more.
Commander
I hold up the head.
He goes, I remember. Though his face may be stretched across metal, I recall that description. An excellent victory. He was a rather thorn in our side at one point, was he not?
And he was again, last night.
Well, no longer, it seems. Well done. Well, if I may say, I come not only as friends, but as an emissary to the other Archfey who are gathered and I must meet with. We have had our own great victories in the Autumn Lands, and, well, I simply wish to see and be a part of this victory, hear what is to happen next, and speak on behalf of the other half of the army waiting to march. If that fares well with all of you, great warlords, of course.
I have no objections.
Yes, I would very much like to march them out of here.
Excellent. And so they gather. Let us see what you have planned. And indeed, the War Council will sort of be called to order, and all of the various Archfey will gather around to hear what it is you all have to say, your words and inspirations you have to give.
Trixie immediately looks at everybody else that's good at talking.
Don't look at me.
Yeah, you're good at talking.
I am good. What are we? We're inspiring folks to march again.
To march barefoot on the Iron City.
Planning and then inspiring sort of deal, I guess.
Well, I guess the first thing that we should discuss is what exactly we know of what lies beyond the Feywild.
Oh, I forgot you haven't been there.
It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Towers of concrete and iron.
Yeah.
Poison
Just imagine
everywhere.
your worst nightmare, and it's so much worse.
I had an idea, but it might be nuts. Like it may be just way too ambitious. So, what were to happen if a tributary to the river Styx ran the border of the entire place that they inhabit? And then we just filled it in.
Zybilna, I think I'm like, I think Morgan Le Fay, I think Morgan's Le Fay the most raucously of the laughter. I think Zybilna sort of more amused in eyes than like outright laughing in front of this great crew of individuals. But definitely all like there's a massive skepticism amongst the group, very immediately, very apparent. And I think Morgan Le Fay will say, do you understand, daughter, would you understand the implications of breaking the boundaries between the outer planes and the mortal planes?
I do. Honestly, I just wanted to kind of break up the thinking. We do have a couple of flasks of water from the river Styx. I don't know, we can throw it as a bomb or something. Nonetheless, let's get rid of them, shall we?
Get rid of them. These vials.
No, the Iron Fey.
Zybilna will say, indeed, this is why we are all here. Lady Titania says, with my summer land saved, it is good that now we may watch forward. And now that my son and husband are returned, I say, indeed. But I would ask, who is to remain behind to keep our fair land secure? The Loaming Court has not joined our ranks. Well, that's like, oh, sorry, I take that back, it's not true. The Queen of Air and Darkness has not joined our ranks. I have no doubt she has troops at her beck and call, keeping the unsailing land safe, if not already causing mischief in our lands. So who, I wonder, will stay and keep an eye on the summer and spring? who would say? The Oak Lord will say, I would hope it would be our queen who watches over the Sele lands, as does the Unsele. Each of them will say, a fine suggestion. And then the giant treant, Emmentinsian, will say, and a number of the Sele Fae also seem to support the idea of Titania staying behind and keeping an eye on the Sele lands.
What would we consider the terms of our victory once we move into these Iron Fae areas?
Oberon says, what is it obvious? The Iron Fae, wherever they walk, wherever they step, is a blade of grass killed, a bush trampled upon, an animal killed, a life taken. It is to my belief that Fae and Iron cannot stand next to each other on the same plane. And there is a number of sort of like people seem to celebrate that idea. And Oberon says, to all who be warriors here and have the stomach for war, I would suggest that nothing short of complete annihilation and disbandment of the Iron Fae from the Feywild, nothing short of that would mark our victory and return of our lands to us. And there is sort of like a general celebration from the Archfey at this idea of the complete annihilation of the Iron Fae race.
I am all for that, but we're going to their homelands, and even if we do annihilate them completely and totally, those lands are useless to the Fae. They've already been poisoned and corrupted. So what then? What do we do?
There was a quiet among the Archfey. Zabilna will say, it is true. For those lands that lay beyond this no man's land, this Badlands, it certainly does not lie within the domain of any single season at this point. It is just nothing. The presence of nature and life has been dismissed. Borders could be redrawn, I suppose, but maybe something else is like the kind of this. You see some small looks being exchanged between Morgan Le Fay and Titania, and other Archfays as well, about the idea of what to do with these lands, these new lands that have appeared and been carved out. Oberon says, it is the duty of the Green Fae to ensure that nature and its beasts flourish. I think once war settled down, it may be a good purpose for my court to try and reinstitute grass and land here and there. The Prince of Twilight will say, well, hang on, it was to say that the Sele get to have it. Hisrom says, well, you're standing amongst them. This position was posted to one of us by the freaking warlords. Of course it's going to go to us. And then the general argument begins to start breaking out amongst the Archfey, where they start to complain. Not like yelling in the House of Commons bullshit, but you could see that the cutthroat politics immediately begin. That the only thing that really fascinates Archfey at this point is drama and social combat, and in the presence of this new land begins to invigorate that interest, and they all begin to sort of speak amongst each other and say things and dart passive insults and so on.
One thing to add, we have to be careful, because even if we go into these lands, your magic doesn't really work as well and you'll be at a big disadvantage. What if we just kind of cut it off like a diseased limb? Is that possible?
That seems like the smart thing to do.
Titania says, you would disband that portion from the Feywild altogether, essentially form a demi-plane from it as like, and cast it away. split the island from the mainland, send it adrift.
Yes.
There is a consideration. Zabilna sort of crooks a long smile and says, "A most interesting idea." Morgan Le Fay says, "The amount of power it would take to carve a portion of the Feywild off and disband it from here, it would be immense and dangerous, not to mention. I would like Trixie, who I will give advantage to, Jace, and Brock to roll history checks, please.
$22.
22. Can't hear you, Jace.
Did you say these were at advantage?
Only for Trixie,
Okay.
due to her background.
You got a 22?
She got
I got a 2.
You got a 2. All right, Brock, you don't worry about this. What's coming up? What did you, Jace? What'd you get?
Slow. Okay, history. 21.
I feel like
Okay.
Brock like thought he had something on the tip of his tongue and then he just lost it.
Oh no, that was no. That's not
No,
right.
that's what I had for lunch yesterday. That was incredible. Okay. You two are both reminded of a very similar event that happened in Toril, where Trixie and Brock, you guys natively hail from, at least knowingly, as far as the party goes. And Jace, you're from all over. But Jace, you're worldly enough that you've heard of this as well. There was an island nation called Evermeet, also known as the Green Isle in Toril. And it is not an island that was naturally a part of Toril. No, it was actually brought here. It was brought to the material plane, and I will tell you. I'll tell you history. It was created by a high elven magic ritual, long ago, like thousands and thousands of years ago, like literally like almost like 20,000 years ago, like not quite, but almost, very long time ago. The ritual's goal was to summon a piece of Arvandar, which is a portion of the Feywild, and bring it to the prime material plane and bind it there to create an elven homeland, to create a new elven homeland just for the elves, isolated from the rest of the world. It worked. Many high, powerful mages, many great elven mortal mages came together and performed an immense ritual that took a very long time, an incredible amount of skill, and no shortage of coinage and materials to perform. It was a massive ritual that required all of the greatest elven wizards to perform. But it went wrong. They underestimated the amount of power it would take and the requirements it would take to create this land. And it killed countless people and ripped apart the continents of Toril in a cataclysmic event that became known as the First Sun. But they succeeded, and they created the island of Evermeet. And ever since, the elves have used that place, the high elves especially, have used that place as their homeland, their home kingdom. So point being, the reason why I bring this up is because it has been done before. It has been done by mortals before. It took a long time to achieve by great elven wizards, and it went terribly wrong and killed hundreds of thousands of people and tore the land apart to achieve it. But this has happened before. It is possible.
I think we got it, guys. We'll be fine.
We just pick it up and move it over there.
We pick it up and move it someplace else.
We take the rocket, we make a big fire under it, and it goes into space.
I mean, they're
That's
all
your idea,
saying the
right?
same
Yeah.
to begin with. They're just using different language. We're all on the same page of making the problem go away.
We got that in common.
We love that.
But
Excellent.
so to be clear, like my point of bringing this all up is that, like, Jace, you don't know the semantics of it. Trixie, you're no wizard. There could be a druidic way of going about it, but this ritual exists. It's not perfect, because obviously it didn't work the way they wanted to, but this ritual exists in the material plane. It is quite possible to go try and uncover this ritual, find it, take it, bring it here, maybe show it to these, I don't know, magical archfey wizards, Zybilna maybe, and try and see if they can perfect it or redirect it or whatever. Point being is that you at least have someone who's done the massive legwork for you somewhere in Toril. Maybe that ritual still exists. Maybe that plan could very well work out. It would also, I think, so we'll say that, like, if it's okay with Jason Trixie, would you guys like kind of share that information, start connecting heads while all of the Fae are talking?
Yep.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Interesting.
So we'll see Zybilna gets in on that too, if you're cool, because all the other Archfey are complaining and yelling at each other and talking about who gets to have it, and like how will we even achieve that, blah, 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 blah. And I think Zybilna, who definitely knows about this, definitely knows about it as well. She says, it would be a very interesting direction to take this. If performed correctly, it would save the Fae from having to range into that most dangerous country where everything they touch is poisonous. If we want to get more realistic about it, it also saves us from having to commit genocide.
Also, the laws that govern the material plane are much more rigid, more strict than the laws that we have here. You know, physical laws that we have here in the Feywild. Perhaps the result need not be as catastrophic.
Or
Well, yes.
things are absolutely crazier here and it'll, you know, go that way too. But
Be much worse.
fun either way, I suppose.
Well, it's worth noting that the Feywild is technically considered a type material plane. It's just not prime material plane. And even thinking about it from an arcanist standpoint, it would be quite a curious reversal. I'm sure all of the arcanist arithmetic will have been designed to transfer a piece of Evander to the prime material plane and sort of counteracting the physics of this plane to that, and reversing the physics would require, well, we have the Archfey here that have the extensive knowledge of the boundaries and specifics of how the Feywild work, but it would be a massive wizarding undertaking.
But you can do it.
Theoretically, yes.
But
I
you
might
can
even
do it.
say that if there was to be any catastrophic fallout, I could even try and direct it towards the Iron Fae as opposed to the Feywild. I would need Nithroya's help.
Well, where is she? Why isn't she here anyway?
Because she was summoning a giant fucking demon army at my behest to help us win over the autumn, and it's gone terrifically. She's a natural.
That's fantastic. You know I love her, right? Can we get her back now?
Well, if this is the direction you wish to take, and your intention is to leave these armies here to hold the borderlands, and while you all attempt to retrieve this ritual, then most certainly. But she has been a staunch general to the battle in the Autumnlands. She's been pertinent to it.
I feel like it should either be Jace or Nithril that comes with us. Maybe we'll let them decide.
It's weird how we're always been taking between Jace and Nithbrail.
I
Why
know,
not you,
it's just-
Trixie? Why not Trixie or Nithbrail? You know, it's weird.
Because without me, everybody would be dead probably.
That is true. You know,
Absolutely true.
Yeah, agreed.
Well,
I would
mean,
suggest
if
we
we are,
use the arcane experience.
I
Since
mean, we're just
that's what we're looking for.
hey,
I mean,
well,
we're just going to get the ritual, right?
True. Do we know where it is?
I expect it's probably. I'll take some research. But if I had to take any sort of blind shot at where to find it immediately, I imagine it would be somewhere on Evermeet, or at least if someone knows where it is, it would be someone who lives on Evermeet.
Have I heard of this place?
Yeah, that is part of your history check.
Sorry,
in
like,
Toril,
Heard of it, but do
Sorry.
I know where it is? Is what I meant to say.
yes, you will know where it is. You don't like know on a map because you're from like sort of a woodland elven culture, which is again got that sort of druidic sort of oral storytelling culture. But you know that it's
6,000 paces north.
you know that the island is deep in the Sea of Swords past the Moonshae Isles. So you know that it is pretty deep out in the middle of the sea.
Also, if we're going to the material plane to look for this thing, while we're there, if we fail, we might be able to convince some people to come back with us and help fight because they wouldn't be, hurt by the iron.
There's
Very
something else I
true.
should say about Evermeet as to your journey. Evermeet has held non-elves within their boundaries as diplomats and such, but one of the great magical wars of Evermeet is that only elves, true-born, full-blooded elves, can walk on its shores.
It's
With
just
that
like home.
said, Trisuane, she'll kind of like look down in the army camp and you will see the prince. And she'll say, certain diplomatic powers could circumvent that issue.
Perhaps we should call him over here to join the conversation.
He's a rather handsome young man. So.
What is it with
Yes,
elves
shall we?
and,
Yeah.
being so like only elves? It's the same thing back home.
You're in the Feywild, Trisuane, where it's like 90% elves.
Well, yes, but I'm talking about my home,
Oh,
where they
of course.
also don't let the elves in. Anybody but elves in, mostly.
Yeah. So.
But anyways.
All right. Well, let's see if we can. Ygritte, if you wouldn't mind. Never goes. No problem. And then turns into a bat and sort of flutters down. I need to just get the prince's information out so I know who I'm rolling.
As he's gone, I'm like, guys, does this mean I'm gonna have to go into this place and do all the talking? Because I'm not good at that. Remember, I'm really not good at that.
Vilna
I have to do all the.
Vilna says, Trixie, just so I'm understanding the terms of because I know you've been promised in marriage. Yes, that's something that has happened to you.
Yes, I'm engaged. Yes.
Yes, you're engaged. I'm not. I haven't been at court here. Well, that's not true. I'm actually having my own court.
You're engaged.
So.
I beg your pardon.
Amazing.
I just punched Chase in the face. No, I'm just kidding.
With
That's
your ring
really
hand.
funny. Slap him with a glove.
Yeah. Oh,
She says,
Jesus.
so is that something you want? Is that something you're really excited about? Because I am the Queen of Prismere, and as your lady, your royal liege. Maybe something else might be arranged.
I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about it lately. It's really whether I'd rather stay here or would rather return home.
Right. Of course.
And if I'm honest, Feywild's looking pretty good, but I don't really have a spot of my own here. And although I love
Memory.
Prismere, it's
Yes.
not quite,
Not what you're looking for.
doesn't feel quite like home.
You let me worry about that, Trixie, okay? Place of your own, sort of thing. Okay. Just glad we clarified that before he comes in. And you will see Prince Aligarthus, who was changed a little bit since last you've seen him, now that he's like up close and personal. He does have that like scar just down the edge of his eyebrow. He's seen war, he's seen battle. But he has sort of dark, he's a wild elf. So he has like that sort of very dark reddish brown skin. That is very like it's a very nice complexion. But he's like, you know, he has a strong jaw for an elf, long pointed ears, a little longer, not quite as long as an Eladrin elf, but certainly longer than the standard wood elf. He has blackish brown eyes and long, deep red hair, not ginger, but like deep red. Long, deep red hair that is sort of, I'm not going to say it's a mess, but it's certainly like a little roughly tied back. There's various like elegant braids and a little roughly tied back, but still has that sort of straight length hair. He is well armored and armed with the sword that he originally had when you all first came to know him. And he's wearing like elvish, like Eladrin Feywild armor. And wears a very he wears a crown, but it is very modest. It is basically like a crown of like, I'm not gonna say sticks, but certainly like warped and wound wood that sort of goes around his head, more like a circlet, and then does have those like little pricks out of like almost like spiked wood that do. It's very simple, but it does sort of mark him for his royalty. And he sort of approaches. Egric sort of flies back to Sibona's shoulder and turns back into a little demon. Aligarthus comes to the top of the hill where all of the greatest Archfey of summer and spring lands reside. And he walks past every single one of them, even Titania, Queen of the Fairies. And he falls to a knee before you, Triswin. With his hand sort of on his chest, and he bows his head low to you. He says, Trixie, it is my honor to see you.
You've done quite well for yourself lately.
Not as well as you, good lady. I have heard of your exploits long and far, and I have traveled wide and seen its worlds, but all know your name wherever I go.
Thank you.
Some of the Archfey, especially like the more jealous ones, I would say like Oberon and Titania, definitely both of them. Probably Morgan Le Fay, maybe Ichingthurn even being such an elegant beast. All look a little like, I can't believe you just walked by me. It's a little bit of like a mean girl situation there. But he sort of stands up and turns to Zybilna and then sort of pays her due respect by bowing the head. And Zybilna says, Prince who knows how to bow his head. How interesting. And he says, Lady Zybilna, Queen Prismere, you have summoned me. It is my honor to stand in such fine company. He says, yes. Zybilna sort of looks at you all and goes, why did we bring him over again? Right, Evermeet. Yes. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Why don't you all, Trixie? Why don't you explain to him the situation?
Well, we have to travel to the material plane to Evermeet. Is that what it was?
Oh, great.
Sorry, to Evermeet, to look for a ritual. And we
I
thought,
see.
you know, as you from the material plane as well, and a prince no less, would be beneficial in helping us with that.
You honor me by allowing me to assist you in any way possible. Most certainly, most certainly. If you would request my aid to find Evermeet, I do not see how they would be able to turn down a request from the Prince of the Misty Forest and his entourage. Not that I would insinuate at all that, in truth, any of you are my servants in any way. I simply mean to illustrate deception. And Zabolo will go, well, great. This is excellent. So, last 2 points of order things. Yes, now thinking about it, it would be good to have a paladin with you, or to his knowledge of the war. I know if Brock stayed here, Trixie, you might have a meltdown, and Vivian should probably go too for her knowledge of the Outer Planes. Jace, if you'd be so very kind, I would indeed request your aid in you possess the spring harmony. It would be most helpful if we had at least one individual who possessed a harmony to remain in the Feywild and help perhaps keep some semblance of order.
My lady Zybilna, I would be more than happy to accommodate this request.
And I would also, of course, be dismayed to separate from you from your wife for any length of time, more than I already have.
Indeed, my lady.
Very well. Then it sounds like that the two armies will hold the borderlands of the Ottoman Summer Court and the Iron Fang, hold them at bay, and try and buy you all enough time to seek out this ritual of the first sundering and bring it back here and see if we can't do something to fix it. I will insist, however, that Myth Royale go with you. Her skill at Arcana and extensive knowledge in such places would be of immense value while seeking out such an arcanist ritual.
Also, even though the plan is to, cut this off, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to maybe send a couple of stealthy parties in to, get any information, lay the land. But obviously, if you can send anyone that won't be killed by the iron immediately, sort of thing.
Yes, we will. I'm sure that amongst the many immortal minds here, we can think of good tactics to keep them thinking that we're intending to lay siege eventually and not just stalling for time. So let's hope that we can keep their eyes off of you and into us instead. Maybe
we can reach out to our old friend Mordenkainen, see if he can't put a couple eyes out there for us.
Do you have to?
We don't have to. I'm just
maybe just
throwing
keep him
it out
in
there.
mind if things start to go south.
He is an ally.
He is a friend.
He is a friend and ally and staunch companion of the years. Perhaps it may be best that you keep him in your back pocket, for all of you, in case you might need a secondary set of Archmage eyes.
He might actually be good for when we find to discuss it with him, because he'll have a lot more knowledge than we will about all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd be
we'll probably
more than
need
interested.
him.
Oh, I bet he'd be
actually do it.
fascinating.
I think we should find it first, though, because
Absolutely.
I would like. Who suggested Mordenkainen? That was you, Brock, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want you at advantage to make a persuasion check to persuade Zybilna that Mordenkainen may be of immense use in this situation. Which he would be.
She's a little mad at him right now. Just a wee bit.
Eh.
She's just trying.
A
She's
little
not really
annoyed
mad
by
at him.
him.
She's just trying to avoid him.
All right, advantage. I got a 14.
14. She says it's not a hard persuasion. It's just kind of like a little bit of stubbornness that's getting in the way of her. She goes, well, I'm going to need to. I simply will not be admitting to other Archfey that I would require help in an area of wizardry or witchcraft. So perhaps I might reach out to Mordenkainen and have him help me assist in the potential arcane arithmetic of altering the spell. I suppose I must.
Your expertise can be used elsewhere. Let him deal with the paperwork.
Yes, I might need to arrange. There'll be much to do, much to arrange. Keep the war going on ahead and beginning to decipher this ritual, possibly, and finding out which Archfey would be best to help conduct the actual. There's much to consider. You're right. I will call upon his last aid.
I mean, he really did want to help you.
I know he's a good friend, looking out for me, fine colleague, all that.
Any other powerful mages we should pick up on the way that you know of?
Well, considering the secret's out there, big wolves in the fucking Feywild, I might as well just reach out to some old colleagues at this point. So I'll get to work. Maybe she's like, if she could kick a can, like she's definitely giving this position of someone's like kicking a can and stuffing their hands in their pockets and like being all like, man, well, that's kind of her vibe because she came to the Feywild to like hide from her enemies, and now like it's becoming pretty quickly public knowledge that she's a wolf, and she's like, fuck, it's like people are finding out, or it's not public knowledge by any means, but enough important people are finding out that those significant individuals from different places will start to find out sooner, right?
I mean,
like,
your biggest enemy knows where you are now, so and he's, after a little while he'll be able to come after you. So having your allies actually know where you are might not be a horrible thing.
Yeah, so you're right, Trixie. I'll call my old friends and minions and such. They're still alive.
You don't actually have to tell them where you are just yet. You could just talk to them and see if they're willing to help when the time comes.
I'll find out some clever way of enlisting their help and having to actually talk to them, maybe. I will work on it. Leave that to me. I will work on preparing for the alterations required to make this ritual work, and hopefully better than the elves did when they first did it. You all just worry about finding it. I imagine that's going to be the most difficult task. I have no doubt that once the horrors of what happened emerged, that's no small precaution was taken to either destroy or hide away the ritual. So focus on you. I will focus on me. I will do my part.
Excellent.
Yeah. Is there anything else that we need to speak on? We have Prince Aligarthus to get you to Evermeet, and you'll seek out Evermeet. I will perform research to try and help in your search, and the war will continue on to hold them at bay. Is there anything else that needs discussing?
I do not believe so, my lady.
And if that's the case, leave at your leisure. I leave Prince Aligarthus in your capable care. And if you need to return the Prismia before you journey into the material plane, by all means. And me and Jace will begin to organize this rabble. And she'll turn around, and as you guys have left them to their own devices, the Archfey have sort of begun their squabblings, their politics once more as they begin to start talking about, their own ends and designs.
And that's why I never wanted to split. That's why I'm standing over here.
Fair enough. So with that, this council will disperse. And, they will sort of begin to make preparations. Vilna will sort of, Vilna will say, oh no, so Jace is, so she's going to say, so Jace, if you'd be so kind, if you could be sort of the general frontman of the, general is probably the best word to put it, be the general of the Sele here, and then I will find someone to assign to keep an eye on the Unsele. And then though they can be kept separate but working together, and she'll start working with Jace and start saying like, I'm going to rely on you to like be the man in charge and making sure that these Archfey stay in line and keep focused on pushing out the Archfey and they don't run a rabble and such. So it'll be your job to corral these Archfey and make sure that the war is conducted well. So you're going to be the primary war general of the Sele Corps.
Wow.
Yeah, you just got a big promotion there.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You got a humongous promotion.
Shit.
There's almost a part of me that wishes that while you're all seeking this thing out, that there could be like just like a Jace like intrigue thing where we like see Jace trying to manage the politics of the Sele Corps, which would be a handful.
It
There's a
would
part
be
of me that
really
would be
funny.
very-
We get
Sounds
back, it's
very-
full-blown civil war. It's
Yeah.
But he does
Yeah,
have
it's entirely
Brodos
possible.
to help him, and she's really good at that shit.
Like
That's-
I would literally be like in some fortified like bunker when you all show back up, like, yes, negotiations have not gone to plan.
This is
Sele,
day
non-Sele
3.
are fighting. All is lost.
Yeah.
We
Well,
come
it's
back after
lost.
a day and a half, and Jace is with the Iron Fae planning another invasion because he can't take it anymore.
So
If we're being quite honest, they had some very good points that we all looked over.
yeah.
He's in the armor, the mech.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got like a new mech.
Could've
He's
let
like,
it
They
go.
promised me a new mech. They promised me a new mech if I joined sides.
I absolutely accept that I am corrupt. Yes, they offered me a new set of armor, and I said, "What was?"
I am not sorry.
Vivian is sending to Poseidon right now. Right now.
Don't tell
Telling
Dad.
you
Don't
out
tell
to
Dad.
Poseidon.
Don't tell him. Please.
It's not what it looks like.
Don't make me call your father-in-law. He's like, no, please don't. Okay, incredible. So that entirely changes what I had prepped for the rest of the campaign, which is fine. I actually kind of like this better. This is actually a very interesting segue that I am completely blindsided by. I guess my
That's what
question
we're here
is,
for.
and that's fine, and that's absolutely great. And I'm happy that we're doing this. Is there anything else the party would like to do in the Feywild? Does anyone want to talk to anyone? Does anyone want to go anywhere? Make any last preparations? We have 15 minutes here before the session ends. Does any have any last minute things they need to do in the Feywild before the party?
I think I'm all prepared.
Hell yeah. Okay. Sounds like we're ready to go. So with that, we will say, you guys are like, no, let's just get right to work. Time's a wasting. So you guys all go over here. Jace, you stay, and you're in charge of. You'll have Zabilna's aid, and you've already made good friends with the Rangers, so they'll have your back. And you have your hands full, but you will. And Rhodos, your wife, I'm sure, can help with the politics. And but Zabilna approaches, and in a flash of arcane energy at her behest, Nithroel Bebela will arrive on the scene. And you will be, so we will just skip the appraising of the situation because that's extensive. But Nithroel, you are told that of this ritual, that the party has decided they want to go find this ritual, and that Zabilna is relying on you to be the arcane brain behind this, the seeking portion of this. And you're appraised of the situation, what's going on, you're up to date at this point.
Okay. Actually, I want you to do it. So how does Nithroel arrive? Like, I guess at the war council or whatever the fuck we're meeting
I
at.
am because you're pretty far across the Feywild, and the only real reliable way to travel across the Feywild, like if you need to go from point A to B quick, is like teleportation of some kind. So
Hmm.
I imagine you received a sending from Zabilna that says something like, Nithroel, we have been plotting our next steps. Would you come to, and then she'll give you the information
Okay.
about how to get here. And then I imagine you sort of teleport in is
Hmm.
how you would arrive.
Yeah. I like to picture her her teleportation. I don't know why it's flavored like this, but it's like if you've ever played Doom, like whenever they're like demonic presence detected, and then like Doom
Oh,
guy walks through a portal and shit.
I see why
Uh,
you're asking
yeah.
now.
She like steps through. Um, she still looks like a professor. Like she doesn't hasn't changed the wardrobe at all. But there's like soot and like she smells of sulfur and there's like blood on like the lower portion of her dress, and she just kind of adjusts herself and like moves her glasses and says, so I was told that my services would be required. Oh wait, that's not her voice. Fuck. uh
What the fuck?
so I was told my services were required.
Yeah, we're
What?
gonna have you. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, 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 no. Please go ahead.
We're gonna have you cut the Iron Phase realm off and set it adrift.
I heard something of that magnitude. Um, well then, I suppose we best get to work. Uh, I mean, I was a bit predisposed, but Lady Zabilna has uh made it a point of urgency to come back. So, yes, Evermeet, is that the land? Okay. I could definitely do some digging. And if need be, some of us can go there. Hmm. But I'm
Prince
certain.
Heligarthus will say, uh, indeed, and I would be more than happy to facilitate such a meeting. I will, and though it is not entirely my desire to, I will have to return to the Misty Forest and make certain diplomatic appointments to achieve a diplomatic entourage to Evermeet. It might take some time, but it will be important. You'll all get to meet my father. He's a good king. He's a good and wise elvish king. And no doubt he will help me organize what I'm.
Wonderful. It would be of utmost importance that we try to find some of the writings from the wizards that, well, caused the first summoning. If that is at all possible. I'm sure once we get there, we can find means.
Okay. Zvona will say, and as I said, I will ensure that certain researchers are appointed to try and track down any other tidbits of lore, information, or clues as to where this ritual may be hidden in Terrell, or even beyond. So I will be giving you updates as you travel on information that comes through, if ever meet is a bust, but something tells me that if it was to be hidden anywhere, it would be hidden on the island itself. But who can say?
And Ryan,
Yeah,
did I hear it correctly when y'all said that only elves, like full-blooded elves, can go there?
only full-blooded elves or it's not even like allowed. It is one of the magical qualities of the island. Like you simply cannot set foot on its land if you have any non-elvish blood.
Ah,
Better learn how to fly.
Yeah,
oh,
or,
is that
yeah.
a stipulation?
But
Like you could-
as said previously, that certain abjurations and certain magic can be put in place for those who are a part of like a diplomatic community. Like they're completely recluse. Like they do have diplomats show up from different racial backgrounds. So,
Okay,
but that will need to be
good.
arranged. You can't just show up.
Got it. And we do
Which is
plan
where Alucard
on
this comes.
we do
Yeah.
plan on just like not just going in. We plan on like having a whole procession and everything.
The princess, I have no doubt that if we wish to, yes, probably, we probably have to. And you see, there's a reluctance to him where it's like you're very much getting the sense that he's one of those princes who like isn't wild about the pageantry. You know,
He's a
like
good-
it's not that he doesn't like being a prince or doesn't respect his homeland or blah 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 blah. You get a sense that the pageantry isn't like his favorite part of the deal he's been given. He's like probably for the best.
I must confess, I do not know the individuals that preside on Evermeet.
It is the high elves. When the first sundering occurred, about 90% of all of the elves who lived in the world of Tyrell left. At least high elves, anyway. The wood elves stayed behind, inhabited the high forest and the misty forest, where my kingdom lives, and other tribes across the lands. But the high elves, most of them departed for Evermeet in an event that was known as the Retreat.
Can I roll to see if I know what the retreat is?
Oh yeah, go ahead. History check. If you wanted to roll Trixie, you could have advantages.
Sure. Does Trixie recognize the Misty Forest? Like, does she know where that is too?
I'll tell you what. Why don't you roll that at advantage, and that'll be for the Misty Forest, and Nithroil can roll for Retreat at a straight roll.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1 for a total of 6.
Well, you're lucky because he just explained to you what the retreat is. He said that essentially when the first sundering occurred, 90% of all high elves retreated from the known world to Evermeet, and that was called the retreat. So yes, Trixie, did you roll?
23.
23. The Misty Forest is a forest that is much smaller than the High Forest. You've probably seen a map on the Sword Coast, the giant High Forest right in the middle. So there's the High Forest, which is considered like the largest forest on the Sword Coast. And just south of that is a forest called the Misty Forest that is inhabited by the kingdom of the Wild Elves, ruled by the great King Melandraw, who is an ancient and wise noble elven king who resides over those lands and is in alliance with the various elven kingdoms within the High Forest itself. So they're basically the last great wood elven kingdoms, wild elven kingdoms on the Sword Coast. One of the two. So like your people were like a tribe, right? You're like a tribe, maybe like a large town. It's like very
Yeah, they
druidic
didn't like how the other elves were doing things, and they broke off and did their own thing.
Yeah, and that's probably why I gave you advantage, because they would probably be like, oh, we don't like how they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, those people over there.
Those people over there. And those are like the big remaining elven kingdoms on the Sword Coast, which is the High Forest and the Misty Forest. Those are the two great elvish kingdoms that remain. But I will say, Trixie, because as part of your story, as you began to range out into the regular world, and like sort of immerse yourself in like the civilized lands, you might have heard a tidbit or two that might have suggested otherwise. That what your people believe that those kingdoms might be a little different than the truth. You don't know what, you don't know how specifically, but you're like, oh, okay, maybe everything I heard wasn't verbatim fact. Who knows? And hey, if you want to learn more, Prince Aligarthus is literal royalty from that place. But anyway, so Prince Aligarthus says yes. So there will probably be a procession. If we really wanted to dodge that, we could probably find our way to do that. If we were to do an elvish procession, I imagine it would take about a month or two to organize everything. I know time works differently in the Feywild, which allows that to be possible, perhaps. But we'll deal with things when we get to the list of floors. I imagine it's the best way to handle it.
Excellent.
Igor says, very well. Or Isabella. She says, excellent. It seems that we're all in order. Be careful. And well done reclaiming these Feywild lands. Very good. Hopefully me and Jace can try and hold all of this together. Time is a fickle thing here in the Feywild, so take as much time as you need to achieve your goals in the material plane. I have no doubt. Well, the Feywild always makes things happen the way they need to, don't it? So.
Oh, and where are my manners? Oh my god. Hello, everyone. It has been a bit of time. And it is wondrous to see you all again.
Hello, welcome back.
You look like you had fun while you were away.
Yeah.
It was actually a lot of fun, I must say. I got to see new places. I got to lord over an army of the demonic forces. It was certainly an experience. Many people have that. Many.
And Igor, and as Nithroy was talking about all this, like Zvilna's maybe off in the corner, kind of like looking at Nithroy with like a little bit of like a proud mom look. She's like, she's just like here. She's like, oh, raising on demonic armies, and she's just like, reminds me when I was young, sort of that kind of thing. Speaking of which, Nithroy, as we're talking about demons, I don't believe we ever rolled your special properties to do with your artifact.
I don't think we did.
I don't believe we did. Why don't we get that? Let's do that now. Let's get that done now. Okay, so we're going to start. There's 4. There's 2 minor beneficial properties, 1 major detrimental, and 1 minor detrimental. So start with the D100. We'll start with the beneficial stuff. We'll do the good news first.
Alrighty. I'm rolling these in my dice tray that has notoriously rolled poorly. All right.
It's just waiting for the big one.
Yeah, it is. 100 first roll. No, but we'll see. Okay. I'm gonna use. When you roll a D100, you roll like a D10 and the.
And
thing,
a D10 that's marked to be a D100.
Okay, got it. All right, so I'm rolling the fittingly the demonic black steel with the red lettering. Little. I don't know if y'all can hear that.
I could hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be. I don't know if that's a 6 or a 9, but I hope it's 6/6. That is a 9. And that's a 6. So 96.
Hey. Well, attuned to this artifact, you gain +1 bonus to armor class.
Right.
Really?
That's probably the best one you could have rolled on the minor beneficial. I'll be sending these to you on Facebook as you roll them.
Okay.
All right, roll me another for your second minor beneficial property.
Okay. All right. That'll be Is that a 9 or a 6? If it's the first number, then a 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your 10th place of the number. The
Got it.
1 and the 0.
Okay, so that'll be 94.
Really? 94 again, huh? Or,
No,
It was
first one
96 the first time.
96. Yeah. I guess you are going to have a +2 to your armor class while attuned to this journal, as you roll the same thing on the chart as it goes up in
Oh.
tens.
Fuck.
Works like a shield.
Yeah, basically this you're just like walking around with a giant book in front of you like a shield.
Damn. That's
You
cool.
want to re-roll? You want to
Yeah,
re-roll?
yeah, can I re-roll?
Okay, re-roll. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because
it's
that's cool, but like I feel like there's so many other cool
yeah,
things.
yeah. There's a lot. Roll again.
Oh shit, that bounced off. I'll roll the 10s one again. That'll be a 19.
A 19. Okay, very cool. What? Give me a list of the various skills you have that you are not attuned to, or I'm not proficient in. Excuse me.
Acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, athletics.
You are not proficient in Arcana.
I am not.
Nitorial Bibilar is not proficient in Arcana.
I know. It's a hobby.
You are now.
There it is.
History, insight, nature, perception, persuasion, religion, sleight of hand, and survival.
Yeah, you're proficient. You are well attuned to this artifact. You are now proficient in Arcana. All right, let's get the bad news going. Roll me. Do you want to do your minor detrimental property first or your major detrimental property first? How bad are we ripping the band-aid off or what?
Let's do minor and then be completely destroyed and distraught when I get the negative.
There's
Yeah,
a major
yeah,
detrimental.
Yeah, roll me that D100 for the minor detrimental property.
All right. That'll be a 700. No, 70.
7?
70.
Well,
7D.
what
Right,
is
is that what you said?
Yeah, I think so. It's a 7, 0, and then on the D10, I rolled a 0.
Yeah, 70.
Yeah. 70.
I am going to veto that because there's one that is perfect for this unholy item that you possess.
Okay.
So instead, while attuned to this artifact, all holy water within 10 feet of you is immediately destroyed.
Hey!
Nice.
I know someone else has that, but I think it's kind of perfect for like the ultimate sacrilegious tome. Makes sense.
It does
You
make
had
sense.
you rolled non-magical flames are extinguished within 30 feet,
Oh,
which is like for a demon book. I'm
The
like,
opposite.
it's okay, but like, don't you think it should like light fire almost? I don't know.
yeah.
It's a demon book, right?
I don't know. Maybe it's like the ninth ring of hell kind of evil, you know? Like very cold.
It extinguishes non-magical flames and just relights them as magical flames.
Yeah. They're like, oh.
Ah.
All right, roll me the big one, D100 for the major detrimental property.
You got to bring it around town, right?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. What's that shit they do when they're toasting? Like,
Chin chin.
you got me up here. You're with me down here, and you're with me down here, or some shit.
I feel like the detriment should be all druids within 10 feet hate you.
Right.
Just to, you know.
All druids catch
within the
fire.
same
All
height
druids.
distance.
That'll be a 62, I believe.
It's kind of okay. It's all right. Oh, there's some cool ones on here though.
I can re-roll if it's not cool.
All right, I'll tell you what you got.
Okay.
When you take 4d10 psychic damage when you become attuned to this artifact.
Oh,
You want it or you want to roll again?
That's not too bad. That's not major detrimental at all.
Doesn't seem like a major detriment at all, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a little ouch when you're attuned to it.
now that would be the easiest option, but as
Yeah.
one of the better presidents in America's history has once said, we do not do these things because they are easy, but because they are hard. And I will re-roll.
All right.
How does a... What is that, a 3 or an 8? 82.
Oh my god.
You die?
You die, yeah.
you
You
become,
die. That's it. You die.
you're against Yaki again?
Okay. I will. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you, and I'll let you choose between that or the one I want to do.
Okay, okay.
Okay, but I won't. But mine's a mystery prize. You don't get to know what I want to do. Prize. But anyway. So what you rolled is each time you become attuned to the artifact, you age 3d10 years. You must succeed on a DC 10 con saving throw or die from the shock. If you die, you are instantly transformed into a wight under my control as the DM, sworn to protect the artifact. Or
That could be really cool.
That's one
You
way to
could
get rid of
choose, like,
Bizarro, one of
supers.
your characters.
yeah, that's shit. That's why I would just we just make you like a
I feel like Ryan is so cool. He just let me play the white, like.
I would let you
yeah.
play the white. Absolutely. So you can choose that. I'll let you choose that, the psychic damage, or my super secret mystery, what I think is the most fitting for the plot one.
What's
Of
behind door
course,
number
that one.
3?
That one?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me. Okay, if we're going with that one, I want you to roll me a d10.
What do you think, guys? Should I roll it?
And you
I
got
feel
it,
like
you
if
got it.
Ryan is this excited about it, it's gonna be worth it.
You should roll it.
I always wanted to do this one.
I rolled a 1.
Oh my god, did you really? You rolled a
Yeah,
1?
I swear to God. I swear to God. I could take a picture.
We're gonna have a very cool start to next session. And
I'm
that's
excited.
where
Look at him.
as Mithril teleports, that is where we, or as whoever plane shifts out of the Feywild, presumably Trixie, as you guys plane shift out of the Feywild to the material plane. We're gonna end the session there. I'm so excited.
I can plane shift us after we have a short rest because I can switch my spells now with the short rest, but because I did not have it
Yeah.
prepared. But
Yeah,
we'll just say we did that.
Yeah, you guys have a
Mhm.
short rest. It's fine. We also had a long rest, so we could say to you.
Oh yeah,
I know,
it's a new day.
I didn't prepare.
Oh, right.
so-
It wasn't prepared.
but it's fine.
This is incredible. I can't believe you rolled that. There's a 1 in 10 chance of whatever the detriment is to activate, and so that's why I had to roll a d10 because it was a 1 in 10 chance.
Fuck.
It's
Let me roll
happening.
it.
Oh
I'm
man.
so excited. Oh, thank you, Brandon.
It's always
problem,
Mithril in this fucking book.
Oh, I love it though. This is a great book. This is
Is
the
that-
best book out there.
The first time we went through this, they lost their memory or something. Like you lost your memory. You thought we were all your. I don't know. Zabilna had to do something to make your mind right again.
Oh yeah, you attuned to it and you
Yeah,
attuned. You lost all your memories or something like that.
I don't know. Maybe that was one of the detriments, but
Was it?
I don't know.
I remember that because like Zabilna talked to you and was like, "All right, I can fix it, or I can send you away." Because you didn't know
Yeah.
who
I
Zabilna
don't
was.
remember why that
know.
happened though. Was that the art? Was that really? Was it the Demon Omicron? Really? Damn.
Oh wait, that might be what the book does.
I think that's just a feature of the book.
That might have been just a feature of the
Oh.
book, but I know what happened.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
not
remember
saying
that.
I'm not saying that it was
Yeah.
detriment. I'm just being like, this book keeps beating your ass. That's all.
It very well could have been a detriment. That seems on brand, but
But what's another detriment?
That's another detriment. Well, if
Yeah.
that was the case, we only rolled one, which is
yeah,
No.
because I don't see anything that
no.
would show that I got anything good.
Yeah, I don't recall you getting anything. I just remember that happening. So maybe that just happened when you
I
opened the
think if
book.
Nithroil had attuned to the demon Omicron and confronted Zabil in this like hostile situation, I think it would have gone very differently. Because
Mhm.
that's a bad book. That's got a lot of nasty shit in there. So I can't help but feel like there would be some it would have gone very differently. But I do remember that. I just can't remember why it happened.
Me neither.
And if I'm plane shifting us, just so you know, maybe I'll bring us kind of close to Baldur's Gate, just so you have a map in mind if you need it.
Mhm.
Well, if you meant to go to the Misty Forest, plane shift does specify that you can go
That's
like to those
true.
places, and it will just like take you into like because that's the thing with plane shift is that it's not as specific. So if you say like
Right.
the city of brass on the plane of fire, you could appear anywhere. You could be like in the Grand Bazaar, or you could be like standing on a hill like a mile off or something like that. It's completely random. So it's up to you. Where would you like to have plane shifted to?
I mean, I don't know.
We were just playing shift to Evermeet.
Yeah, straight to the
Right,
island.
like-
Right.
Well, then
I
we
can
have
tell you
to
right now
worry
that
about
wouldn't work
yeah, the
because
spell thing.
there's individuals here that are not
I was forgetting that.
elvish.
So yeah, maybe we would just go right to the Misty Forest.
Okay, cool. So I'll prep Misty Forest and your journey ahead. That will be cool though. Yeah, the Misty Forest is it's pretty cool. Yeah. Ooh, we're getting into some Trixie backstory.
Mm.
Kinda, in a way.
Well, we
Oh.
could have if we had gone to Baldur's Gate, because that's close to where I live, but
It is, but it's very far from Misty Forest. So,
it is.
yeah.
I
yeah.
think
That's what Tree Stride or whatever travel via
Yeah, that's
planes.
transport via planes.
Mhm. I think what had happened was I tried to read the book and like kind of learn some of its knowledge. And upon like failing whatever saving throw, I think
Yeah.
you told me that my fucking memory was gone.
Yeah, Zabilna got you back. She's like,
That
oh
makes
shit,
sense.
I thought this could happen. I thought this was possible. Damn, guys, you're throwing me for a fucking loop here. It's a really cool direction for the game. I'm very excited about, but it took me for a loop, man. It's gonna be. I think I like it though. I think it's. I like it. I think it's an even cooler direction than just like sort of like a sieging them. You know, that's
Just
cool. Don't
fighting
get me
a
wrong.
city.
Yeah, just like it would have just been kind of more of similarly not as long or extensive as what we've already done, but it would have been similar to what we've already been doing. So I like that we're entering into like a different arc off the end. So I think this is a really cool direction. Good job, guys. Well done.
Mhm.
I'll party take inspiration.
All right.
Yeah, for taking the
Inspiration
campaign
for
in a cool
all.
direction. Inspiration for all. And level up. It's level 20 time.
Level
Oh,
20.
boy.
Oh, it's
Shit.
crazy
You
now.
made
This-
it. You made
This
it.
is my
It's
first level
Finally.
20 character.
You
of
made
all-
it to level
Oh.
20 fair and square.
mostly
Level 20
fair.
Cameron.
Oh shit.
Only
No, I
wizards get
can't
that
level
20.
yet. I can't. I'm just gonna
This is the
stay at
end
level
game, buddy.
19 for a little bit.
This is the end game. This is you guys leveled 19 before you started the war battle stuff, and then and now you're in the end game. You're gonna retrieve this ritual and cut the Iron Fey out of the Feywild. That's the potential end game.
So how
Yeah, and see,
good
Morgan Le Fay
is
laughed at me about that because it was ridiculous. But that's essentially exactly what we're fucking doing.
She laughed at you for trying to like draw the river Styx into the material plane, which is
Yeah, but
I will say, yep.
Vivian said something so ridiculous on purpose because it opened up for the next big move to seem less ridiculous. Like that was
Gotcha.
strategic.
Strategic, gotcha. Well, man, it worked. I'm really. This is a really cool direction, guys. That's really cool. I'm glad you guys thought of doing that.
I didn't know, she would jump on it quickly, but it's fun.
Well, I think I jumped on it, or like they jumped on it, or whatever, because it's happened before. Like for anyone who's played Baldur's Gate 3 to the end, this is basically like Gale of Waterdeep's like backstory, like what's about to happen right now with like Cass's folly and everything. Like this is kind of the same thing, very similar, which I think is kind of dope.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good is the 20th level wizard feature signature spells?
Oh, it's so fucking good. Of all of the capstone features, I think Wizards got one of the better ones.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me get over there and let me break it down for you if you want me to. So, gain mastery over 2 powerful spells, and you can cast them with little effort. Choose 2